Let's hope today's better. I think whatever the sound issue got fixed. So at least it's now picking up my actual. Anyways, yeah. Earlier the servers were shit, so yeah, go from there. I have a question for people. The idea. Why would you use Indira's if you're not going to use Blood Wave? Crazy, isn't it? It's a weird concept. It's. I arguably say.
across all of London, thus potentially making him a #1 target for Wingbind to eliminate. Dwarfs anything that they have ever, rather than overshadowing them. A society. So yeah, Ichigo being interested in Shakespeare in chapter 1.
Uh, Apparently. Why? What am I? Why? People have theory crafting in videos that are just ass. Can we just have this conversation? Not sure anymore. Alright. I often wonder, I know I've seen a build, but like, why would you use Indira's if you have no plans on using those? Right? You gotta think about that. Why would you do that if you have zero plans on using. See, this doesn't make sense. Something I'm probably, it's why, like I said, why can't you just. Bone Necro is entirely a different form of a meta than anything, usually. It's not a normal build. I mean, if it was, they'd be a lot more mainstream now, wouldn't they? The problem is, half of bone builds never are great. It's something to remember. Most of the time, they are, arguably put, not the greatest in the world when it comes to things. So, so I can also see why. Apparently, it's using actually using the ones. So okay, the biggest problem I see with the way to build they have it, and it'd be funny if I can confirm it, is the fact that is one reason alone. Look, this provides you no stats. This provides you no stats. And this provides you no stats. Alright? What's the problem here? Basically, you're making up stats on everything else. Where's your issue? In item selection. It's bad enough I have to lose a section of my stuff because I personally have to use this helmet. Imagine how much stats I lose, or like intelligence I lose from this, but I make it up in damage. the trade-off isn't there. Give or take. So if I look at the build itself, I see what they're going for. They're going for what is it? It's going for the bone prison route. But it's also making up for the fact that I mean you have three uniques. So it's really oxymoronic. The irony is I would probably use and then give me that one. Again, nice. I mean, you get DR, but I mean, DR is what it is. DR is adorable, but honestly, not gonna work in my favor. So, so here's the thing, isn't it? Like, and therefore, adorable. Go. Alright. There's also a version of this that uses Banished Lord's Talisman, too. Banished Lords. Using Banished Lords, but why do you... Again, I will never understand people's excessive needs to use stuff that isn't part of a build. Okay. So, hypothetically, give or take, why would you, in turn, use an item that doesn't have any thing? So, I would assume if you're using Bone Spear, oh, really? Okay. Right. Wow, so it fucking worked. It. What was the password? He just didn't understand it. Yeah. 400. Yep. I'm kind of curious. Maybe. Oh, look, there's one for 10 billion. Not so bad. 58%. More critical, right? One's 58% more critical. Sure, thought. Eh. You never know. Marketplace is definitely strange. Ooh. Hmm. There's one. Then there's the ones that are direly expensive, huh? Apparently, a 60% is 8 billion. Hmm. You never know. Actually, look, people are just bottoming these out. I mean, honestly, if I could find a 1 or 2 star with about the equivalent, I think it'd be better. There's 1 to 57. Guy probably isn't on. The guy probably isn't even on if it was posted that long ago. What, 2 billion? It's pretty cheap for what it is. 2 billion for a 57 and a 74. 32% max. I don't know. Does max resource really matter? Hard to say, really. But it's 7 to Bone Spear. It's rolled good and everywhere else. And it's sad I gave like a 3-star to somebody earlier in the season. Huh? Someone pick that up? Are you kidding me? No one picked that one up? At all? 32 resource, 666 armor, 32% chance on Bone Spear to do double, and 58 cents. And the guy wanted 2 million for it. 2 million. Really? Didn't say what the GA was. Didn't say what the GA was in particular. But never know. Let me see. The Path of Dragoons. Path of Dragoons. Thank you. MR. Path. Yes. So path. Alright. Same person. Path of Dragoons. I'm curious if there's any cheap 2 stars lurking around the world. If there's some cheap 2 stars, that's where you generally find it. I will admit, go to at least the part where bone you can make up for armor. That is the one good part about bone. Bone comes with its own inherent armor, which is kind of neat in its own regard. But the issue overall, right, with Bone Necro in a way, is why would you use Soul Shift? when you have Indira's. I'm missing something, aren't I? That makes no sense now, does it? Sometimes autistic reasoning and even the most retardation doesn't make sense. There is nothing that... Okay, this is a good item. Don't get me wrong. It's just like Kissimmee's. It does what Bloodwave does for Kissimmee's, but it puts it into bone. And you can use both Bone Spear and it. But never tell people that clearly that's the item. You should be doing something different. Okay? Remember this. If you're using these 3 items in tandem, and you're just going to use it for Soul Shift, why even bother? I say this with all due respect, because if I need to make up stats on this item, I can easily make it up in rings, and I can make it up in an amulet. But if you're doing Bone Spear, and then you're going to switch and you're going to use Soul Shift, it's a bait and switch. Now, isn't it? I did see one that was Bloodwave, but where I saw it, and I know I saw it on the site. One of the sites I look at. Well, stuff. It was Bone Wave, specifically with Bone Spear and Prism. All 3. And you're telling me it's that hard to do. But it can be done. But now the problem is when you have 3 uniques, right? You lose a lot of stats. Because if you look at how much stats are actually tied up in my down here and down and here and here, a large majority of your life that you have comes from items. I can pretty much tell right off, though, that a lot of these are... It's strange where... I mean, you might. It's going to be hard to find cheap Indiras. Indiras are... You might be able to find cheap Indiras in a way. The problem with finding cheap Indiras is entirely a second. It's the... Is that a 3 to bone, 23% movement? There's a 24. It doesn't say how much. There's a 3-star. There's like a 3-star. Yeah, not too bad. The guy probably wants a lot for it. It's funny, there's only 9 on the damn market. That's hilarious, by the way. hilariously cheap item, in fact. But it doesn't say how much you would want. And you know he's not on at all. If it's been up here for 2 days, likelihood it's not there. The person's not online. Basically. 1326.29. 34% movement with 26. Bone. Oh, you're talking about Bone Prison cooldown. Assuming basically both Blood Wave and Bone Prison work at the same time. Now, let's see. You never know, you might find some cheap Indidras. Cheap Indidras might be a real thing as well. I don't know if that could be better than what I have. The only thing missing would be life. Life would be the better one. Life. See, here's the thing. See, no one's selling Indidras either. Indidras are the pages are short too. See, Indidras, it's really interesting how if Indidra was... It's so strange sometimes when I look these things up. Like, you know it's an off build, but it's not popular. Adventurer? Really? Seriously? That's a small world? Adventurer. I know who Adventurer is. Adventurer is often online hawking goods in chat all the time. In reality, he's either giving away items or selling them very cheaply and sometimes super fucking expensive when he actually knows what they're worth. There's no in between with him. There's literally none. Where's a 2-star? I mean, to be honest, that's a better role for what I need it for. Problem is, would I like better paths? The thing is, you'd have to make up life in the ring and in the amulet. So, I have the question, where would you stick Curse for execution? That's a problem now, isn't it? They're doing this build without any form of execution. Or multiple forms of execution. How this is the build clearing pits, I am shocked. Supposedly, this is more the pit build that's actually cleared. Then again, both Blood Wave and Bone Spear have been competing in the same spots for a while. Power Tides of Blood. But a lot of people, they post their offers, but Oh, I also found a video. I found apparently, which is Riley's brother, jokingly. a Discord mod who's into a weird fetish, and he got kicked off. He's a lolcow made fella by the internet. Ah. See, I don't. Oh, that's gonna suck so horribly. I don't like it. So you're supposed to have this stuff, and I'm like, if we're talking like paths that, like, I just don't. Like, I'm seeing it, but I see offers, but I don't see. There's a Korean person who wants to. Japanese person for a 2-star that wants 10 billion. Okay. That's the standard Chinese farmer price or Asian farm price. Let's be clear. I don't even want another price on those. Jesus Christ. You know, I know they exist, but it's seeing them. I wouldn't even want to know how much he has on 4-star Indira. Any other season, probably pick those up on the cheap. Hey, but at least a good thing on bone, you don't have to, like, invest a lot in armor. Really? Really? 5 bill for that? Yeah, you could. Yeah, see, as I said, part of this is a thing of it doesn't make sense. Oh, but yeah, the bone spear build. There's apparently one. There's both a bone spear and a bone spear. Bone spear. It is different than bone spear. And if I was going to use bone spirit, I would just dig out the old chest piece. But it'd be weird if prison runs. See, if prison runs contradictory to it, because you're not using shadow. Because I gotta see, where are they? Like, where are they shoving executioner? It's not that it's called. Are they putting curse? Like, if you're putting curse on here, I gotta ask questions. Tendril corpse size. Using bone duster. Bone duster, sacrificial, dark pants. For the next 5 seconds, explore cost that. Yeah, only curve. Dark dance. Really? Amulet, grasp vines. Grasping vines, which is corpse temple. Ah. And if you're a sacrifice build, why do you not put sacrificial on your amulet? Hmm? So I could tell you a lot of these builds are interesting. Like, these are the off meta, and apparently this is the one that's been pushing pits. Don't ask me how. Shroud of False Death, clearly. Yes. Ranks the Bone Spear armor. I mean, maximum resource, right? It's the quickest way. Bone Spear and Blood Lance used to run contradictory to each other. Kind of counterproductive to their own shit, too, so. Alright. Oh, you. Oh, it's Bumbler. Hey, Bumbler. No, it's not Bumbler. The other one. The grazing kitty of it. Nevermore. Let me check something. Yes. Hit leadership boards. Do you really want to know how bad this shit is? All being led by mostly either Asians or Koreans. Well, technically Chinese or Koreans. Your choice. Sad top runs, but invalidated. Sork at 123, Barbarian 116, Necro. Well, okay, Barbarian's held by a Korean. I'm sorry, the Chinese are still number one in diversion of Necromancer, okay? Right. The number ones are still Sorks with the Chinese. Really? Oh, yes. There is no way to duplicate gear, by the way. Yes, sir. That's because Corpse Tendril has a dragon effect. Corpse Tendril has a dragon effect. That is why they use it. But I have a love-hate relationship with the idea of Corpse Tendril. Quite honestly. Take it back. There's one Chinese, there's one Italian person, and then there's an Asian French wannabe weeb. Strangely enough. I cast jokes because he has an Asian name, but he's from France. The memes write themselves, but one could say. You know, it's funny, the only people that I see are pushing pits this season are actually the Chinese or the known nations with exploiters. That I have seen actually begging for items. Not a lot of Americans, which is actually tragic, by the way. I'm kind of curious in the regard of why are they using the Soul Shift? See, Soul Shift is a weird one. They must So if Soul Shift you gotta be killing a lot with that if that's gonna work. You can sim for 8 seconds you can sim surrounding enemies. Corrupted. Dealing corrupting damage. For every duration the soul's gaining. But it's only on death of the thing. Which look, I'm not saying this is not powerful. It just is not as powerful as people think it is. I mean, the fact alone, I think it is remotely stackable. Maybe. Maybe. But a large majority of bone, the bone. But as I said, why is I mean, I can understand why, but the problem with Bone Spear is it itself affects Bone Spear. Bone Spear has its own set of uniques and etc. It also has its own set of modifiers. So Ring of Starless. You know what amazes me? Half these builds that work because they have no intelligence. It's just pure stats, which is crazy unto itself. There's no damage stacking. There is no nothing. There is resource generation. There is Indira's. See, this is the thing. Now, I do have a feeling when they say they're going to nerf, uh, but you got to understand the Bloodwave itself is to make use out of it is 3 modifiers. It's about 2. You need Tide of Ultimate Shadow, and assume you're not using Tide of Ultimate Shadow. And Tidal. Tidal and Ultimate Shadow. Traditionally, that is the way it works. But then again, they have so many damn mythics on this. And uniques. You only have room for Bone Duster, Sacrificial, and Dark Dance. And then Grasping Vines, which I'm assuming Grasping Vines is a multiplier. Probably the most bastardized build I've ever seen, and I'm surprised it works. But then again, Bear in mind, they probably stumbled onto something. See, Amulet should have the sacrificial, not Dark Dance. Then again, that's worse. Okay, now I read that. So kill yourself to cast abilities. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? That makes no sense. Okay. Life is frugal as is. You're using no barrier. Okay. More reason to use Blood Wave instead of the other. That's more reason. I'm just looking at it. I'm like, I get what they're doing, but it is absolute. Let's see what the pit pushing version is. This shit. Yeah, so the pit pushing version is okay. So the difference between the pit pushing version and the other one is ultimate cooldown. See, a lot of my builds are designed in the pit pushing. Ah, I see. So in the pit pushing, you don't use Path of Dragoons. You use Cursed Aura. But you still use Indira's and the other one. Life, life. But you need max life and not on the other. Unless you're using both Bone Duster. So they expect this build to be Quill Volley Spirit Born. Right. So you could go the Path of Dragoons and then go the other. Because on pit pushing, they know they need Cursed Aura. But I mean, in reality, why? Again, sacrificial on a ring makes no sense. Okay? Sacrificial on a ring. It should go on an amulet. And not because it should cost you life instead. Yeah. You're assuming you're living. I mean, technically. Like, well, okay. So technically, Blood Wave is 3. Vehement, Tidal, and Ultimate Shadow. That's three aspects tied up into one. For the record. Alright? Three. But you need all three aspects to make work. Then again, Blizzard thinks this is just a build that works. Blizzard just thinks this is some retarded build that people push buttons and go do things. Right? Sure. Try running this build without title. See how far you get. I mean, run it without title, you might as well be running it with no multiplier at all. So that's how it works. So it's either run it without the Tragouls or run it with the Tragouls, your choice. So the thing about Tragoul is so Tragouls do have a passive. Their passives are still good. I have never said their passives suck. Now, in reality, you can stick Aura on the other. Now, if you are running both Reap and Aura, Cursed Aura, you have an execution. That's the beauty of the build I run with Blood in the Shadow. I have both Reap and Execution. Two forms of it. But I digress. It's a crowd control build. Bone Prison. The idea is, I know how this build works. The idea is, look, realistically, it would be better if it was Blood Wave combined with Bone Prison. Prison, you could probably take both with just crowd control effects, stack it on top. You don't have to use full damage, you can use everything else. But in reality, you're just like normal playing uses Cursed Aura, as it should. Cursed Aura is basically a way of life for necromancers. Without it, pretty much bland. Cursed Aura is key to so much of what we do, at least in turn. It's because it's a defensive power more than anything else. So, I mean, it's kind of the thing. And I've seen it, but like, I've also seen the worst things too. Thing is, it's like such a cheap build. That's the funny part about this build. It's so cheap as an alternative build. It's weird how it is that cheap. And I'm not sure why. Now, the idea is, in a pit pushing scenario, I will say this. If you're in a pit pushing scenario, clearly Because in pit pushing, that's an entirely separate meta that requires you to be more or less doing the stuff. Pit pushing is a nightmare unto itself. Now, the perks are you do have at least, I'll be honest, you'd probably be really close in armor. I mean, funny part of that is that. But it also has where your bone splinters um well, see, bone splinters, bone spears are two different things. Because usually bone spear and blood lance run. They have this tendency to run in the same vein as each other. But bone spear versus blood lance is by sheer. I would put different. It's not like it's a realm. It's hard to describe. Bone Necros play so different compared to like when you look at an actual Bone Necro, the way they play very different to like it's hard to describe. It plays so different. Because how you think a normal Bone Necro plays, like a Necro plays, they play so different. It's a multiple cast. The same with Bloodlance. Bloodlance functions that same way as well. Because the thing about with Bloodlance is you need you basically have to have a whole bunch of either your mana combined with other stuff to make it work. Well, mana or essence, depending on how you want to call it. I mean, it's pretty much one and the same, but I digress. The idea of Indidras, Dira, and then the other one, is clearly all your damage stats are being made up in the rings and the amulet, which the amulet is going to have percentage of. Honestly, you can tell if a necro built. I wanted this skin. I wanted that skin. Actually, I was gonna pay them $50 to get the troll pet and that one. I was actually gonna pay 50 because I wanted the troll pet and that, and I just barely missed it by a day. It hurt really bad, by the way. Makes me a little sad, in fact. I mean, oh yes, there's also a Fist of Fate version too, by the way, of this build. That makes more sense to run the way it does. That is Bone Spear. Not, which is crazy, by the way. Four, 54, 57, 52, 98, 98, 51. Again, nobody asked for Godslayer's crowns, which makes me sad. 98. 28, 65, 32. It's like here in the season, everyone's been asking for Tybalt's will. Tybots has been asked for a while. Like you're talking about with Tybots. And I get how they're running it, but I don't like. Look, it always has irked me. If you're running a unique, that unique better do something. And half the time, you need to be making sure why you run a unique. Because here's the problem when you run a unique, okay, hypothetically, it needs to serve a purpose. If it doesn't, it's just another nameless. Its stat loss is not worth the other. Because that's what you gotta realize. It has a stat loss. You complain too much. Go. Anyways. Yes. What are you doing? Me. I guess the only other problem I would see with this build in general is they want to use 2 mythics and 3 uniques. So it's like 5. Now, you could easily make up for the... I mean, you could say arguably make up for it. What are they using? Huh? Real. Ow. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Ow. It's like something, a sharp pebble on the fucking floor. Like a piece of cat food or something on the cat's knocked out. Really? So are you really a bone build if you really do this in the first place? God sakes. You're not really a bone build at all. Flesh eater, right? What it is. What's flesh eater? Uh-huh. Corporeal essence. Corporeal essence. And of course, blood begets blood. Alright, so blood begets blood. You can get sacrificial. Clearly. Dominate, of course. I mean... It's not good. That's bad. In general. I get the core stats they're going with. I look at this and I'm like, you know, the funny part about it. So if you took Shadow, flipped it into Bone, it'd be funny if it works. Because the thing about Ultimate Shadow, the only perk to it being Bloodwave being on Shadow is you have a lot more multiply. Bone Spear, which is similar to Blight, works. Because hell, half of it. But, like Bloodlands, you need to be able to multiple cast it. Armor capped at 1,000, 55%. Of course, you need more than 2,000 intelligence. If you don't have it, 160 movement, lucky chance. A nun masterwork without hitting over 100. Damage resistance at 75 or 70%. 100% cast twice. 92% attack speed. Blood Spear is basically the opposite of Bone. Well, Blood Spear and Bloodlance and Bone Spear are roughly the same skills. both operate across the same spectrum. Always have. Except Bone Spear uses a lot more essence at the cost, and you need to have crit. Crit isn't as needed on Bone Lance. Blood Lance. Blood Lance is different. Now, the idea I have, if you're already using it, now, but now the thing about it is, what's so funny is, if you are doing a Bone Spear build where you need crit, why are you not using Air of Perdition? That makes no sense. Air of Perdition, if anything, I can understand why people use it. Right? If anything, I understand why it's being used. That's the thing. I understand why it's used. I'll be the first to say it. Crit hit chance alone is nearly 50% with it. So, take it for what it's worth. Quite honestly, the only room for uniques. Well, see, necromancers don't take advantage of uniques as much. I've always felt uniques under necros are so weird. The under sorks, it transforms. It transforms their abilities. Now, see, Consimis fundamentally think about it is Bone Spear with Blood Wave is a very simple. Now, 4 abilities, which would be Bone Spear. You're already using Bone Prison. Now, I am assuming that they're using Soul Shift for a multiplier. Soul Shift is good, but it gets corrupting damage. Okay. Corrupting damage. Corrupting damage deals with shadow, which therefore limits what you can do. 2 fundamental problems there. That's why I always felt I don't like, part of the reason why I don't like Kissimmee sometimes is because of the stat loss that I get right here. I dislike it, quite honestly. The stat loss I get by having these is bad. I lose a defensive stat. And hypothetically, where is most of your mythics? Most of your mythics are in your helmet or your chest piece. Let's assume you're using either Tyraels or Shroud of False Death, right? Shroud of False Death or Tyraels. Either one. Most of your mythics are in helms. They're in the helm half the time. That is Harley Quinn's. That is the other. Which makes up a lot. Now, technically, most of them, at least Harley Quinn's, takes away a stat, gives it to Pac. Like the grandfather's sword on my barb doesn't hurt her. It's still a perk. But on anything else that doesn't have 4 different weapons, it functions different. So, you get the idea what they want. I don't know if I agree with. I mean, but I think I know why they're using Soul Shift. It's because I think Soul Shift doesn't have lore. I think Soul Shift still has no lore. Soul Shift has the ability to be multiple cast as well. So I can understand why they're doing it. But using Indira's isn't a good path for it. I mean, Bone Prison is Bone Prison is a different skill. I don't know. Now, the alternatively, Corpse Tendril doesn't consume corpses. Now, in the downside, they still want you to have 1,500 life. Or 15,000. Let me see a second. Hold on. I'm curious. Speed farming, is it different? Or prison? Uh. Well, it's also going off full damage, isn't it? Oh, so you're using Weeper's Pursuit, Compound Fracture. Oh. Uh, really? I was right. This is the most bastardized build in all of existence. It really is. It is literally the most bastardized build I have ever seen. Like, I want to jokingly say why you have Blight, but I want to say. Okay, are you using Blight? You're using Blight. So there's a speed farming version of this build, too. So apparently the guy made 4 different versions. It's like, why are you investing in Blight with Reap? Bribe Soul Rift. Bribe Soul Rift makes fun of. Because that's actually the good part about when you go pure Shadow. Soul Rift makes things vulnerable. Okay, let's see what he says. Even though Blood Wave unique exact Soul Rift is substantially more useful, granting barrier and essence regeneration and applying vulnerable, and a huge damage multiplier. With a change, stacking additional darkness skills for both things. Really? Really? That's a poor excuse. So instead of going on Cursed Aura, which kills them, he goes abhorrent. He goes abhorrent versus the execution. You know, the funny part is he talks about the Reaper's Pursuit uh, multiplier. Yeah, he doesn't want to use it. Oh god. Let's go where you can have multiple multipliers. So you can have multiple multipliers that he's not taking advantage of. Oops. Oops. How old is this video? 1 month. He hasn't updated it. So in 1 month, he hasn't updated it at all. So he does Blood Spear, Bone Blood Spear, hit 108. So he's been doing purely pit runs. He did it a month ago, pre the patch. So he did it pre the patch, which was, you know what, cats and birds and other animals. Hello, assholes! Hey, come here, come here, go, go. Thank you. Stop. Come here. No, don't meow me. I'm not having this argument. I'm not arguing with you. Like a child. Come here. Stay here. Now. Go. Here. Because you know how you make up for the lack of interesting. Oh, Jesus. Hold on. Oh, how are you, souls? Theory crafting. That's what I'm doing. I am theory crafting. You have to ask. Don't blame me. Blame the people who fucking put out build guides. Then you ask the question why they fucking... Okay, you know what? Okay, part of the reason, you know why Deathless Visage is being used? Like, I know why all three of these things are used. I know fully why. I honestly know why. And I get why. It's the same reason if you ask me why I run Blight and I run Ebon Piercer. Why would you run Ebon Piercer over an amulet? There's a reason. So the build, weirdly enough, his explanation is he uses not the Blood Wave, he uses the Soul Rift. He uses Indira's, which he doesn't realize Blood Wave would not only have the blood multipliers, the shit. Well, technically it's an additive and multiplicative, right? Which would be additive, subtractive. It's the additive, right? But now what he does inherently is that there is actual... Let me see. You know, I have kicked around a Bone Shadow build for a long time. 4. Hold on. Hold on. Hearted Bone, offensive. Bursting Bones. I want to say there is. Hold on. So there literally is Bone Spirit. See, here's the funny thing about Bone Spirit. Bone Spirit is actually... See, you're supposed to use... Here. Bone Dusters is supposed to be used. See, Bone Spirit... Action... Now... So, technically... You know, the funny part about Bone Spirit is... So Bone Spirit is utterly different than your other one. And it sounds so weird. If you are not... So the key passive, right? What's funny is he keeps using... He's also using the other. It's like the most oxymoronic build I've ever seen. Because why would you be using... Well, actually... See, there's a reason I use that instead of the shadow. I use that. It's because the only skill that I have, which is blood, is Blood Wave. So Blood Wave is a guaranteed overpower. Now, I was actually looking at something. So that's bonus damage. Like, if you're actually doing bone... See, Bone Spirit is an entirely separate, like, realm. Like, it's... So you're saying 45%. Ah, that's what I was looking for. Right there. You see, that's what's fun. Bone prison. Bonus damage is additive. So, bear in mind. See, this makes sense. Okay, so bear in mind. This build has been around all season. I've known this build has existed. The thing is, they all make it look bad. The problem is, if you're talking Bone Spear, it's entirely a separate. Because what's funny is, when you go in and look what the skills he uses, you're using a lot of multipliers. Now, hypothetically, instead of consuming corpses, you're gaining. See, the problem is they're having a hard time just... See, the problem is essence. Essence generation. You have two choices. Consume corpses, or B, gain it. Or B, gain it. So, a lot of these... I'm going to check and see what someone's saying in the moment. Oh, Katie did. Mindy Summers. Oh, she got busted for wearing a rig. Sorry, a wig. Ugh. Should I get a speaker now? So he developed this roughly. I get why. See, Bone Spirit Necro is very different. So, like, it can do a lot, but see, here's what I find funny. Okay, this skill, right? Just for the record, is not great unless you have a full bar. You need to have a full bar. All right? I'll be the first to tell you. A full bar. I have an idea on something. I know what he was trying to get to. I fully understand why. Now, hypothetically, right? I get what he's wanting, but it's not that much. So his concern is essence generation. All right? His concern is essence generation. Yet, here's the funny thing. He's not going down full shadow. But he's talking about using this one. Now, you go into the macabre. See, Bone requires more macabre skills, which is the irony. Because I'm looking at what he wants to use. He wants to use here, and he wants to use here. Right? Following? Ah. It's his plan. I can honestly tell you that is the worst mix of skills. Now, don't people like? I don't make fun of Deathless Vigil. It is actually a good. It is a good unique. But Bone Spear is still way, way down the like tree of things. So, like, that's where the problem lies. The problem is, I think you can only stick Cursed Aura on boots. If I am aware. I think they can only be stuck on boots. And that makes using the other ones bad. So imagine if stuff is bone, you get multipliers. Multipliers is what we're after. We want multipliers and additives. Now, here's the other things. He's trying to go down to here. He's talking about using the serration. So, wrap it up here to get your bone skills cooldowns down. Now, inadvertently, if you're not using title, but you're also he wants Convulsion and Compound Fracture. Alright? That's where he's going. Weird. That's what he is after. That is how many skill points to buff just one skill. And you are only taking advantage of it by dude, fucking this economy is broken. 2 billion for a stack of what? Husks that have all been duplicated by Chinese? Give me a fucking break. God, I gotta reiterate this again. God, fix your game. It's terrible. That's why I say it's weird. Like, I look at stuff. Like, it's so dumb. Huh? Really? Oh, God. Oh. Okay, is that real? Dude. 3? Seriously? Bro. If he has that rating, really? A 3-star Talrash's for free? That's a kind soul if he's really gonna get rid of that. Oops, I don't know. Huh. So here's the thing. Why would you use 3 things that actually buff multiply bone or multiply damage Why would you use three things that multiply bone and blood skills and not have any extra damage as an additive? I almost want to ask, are you retarded? But, and then again, say, earlier I was saying why I know the name Adventurer. Right there. Adventurer plays a lot what I do. And he does a lot of farming. And, yeah. This guy, he is in the market. See, late gamers know each other in a way. Sometimes he's really fair in his prices, and some days he is a interesting little shit. In all honesty, he makes his way around like I do. Constantly plays, but yep, he is currently doing road. Good on him. Actually, this guy is always usually. I'm pretty sure he's an honest person. Never seen him do it. He just is like me at times. I've seen him. He's always selling. He's more vocal about selling than the other. But he also farms a lot. So he farms a lot of his stuff and turns it into things. That's what he does. Anyways. At least pulls off a good look on things. Oh, this is also why Doombringer is actually coming up. Eyes in the Dark is also the reason why Death Trap is so stupid. Just for the record. So technically, what it's asking for in skills that it wants is uh, 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 uh-huh. So you're just using Blight for the 20% multiplier. Right. Apparently, they're all referencing sacrifice to that. What are you doing? Bone mages, bone defender, iron. Right. So Book of the Dead, which is utterly different in the terms of what you sacrifice on blood. Clearly. Book of the Dead, right? So it's So in Book of the Dead, you sacrifice skirmishers. You get your CHC, and then you get up the iron. So it's very similar. Instead of sacrificing cold, you do the other. Mages and bone, you sacrifice bone. So saying sacrifice bone. By the way, that's a multiplier. People don't think about that. Cold. So you can go there. Now, the funny part about it is what he's trying to do makes sense if, and I say if, he tried to do it without the stuff being bugged at the time. See, I can see I know why he's doing it. You're using vol damage. Hmm. God damn it. Really? Katie did. What's your why? She's so stupid. Jesus. Down syndrome people, I swear. You know, I will say this about people. They are retard. People who are stupid, ultimately and utterly, do not know how people live, how people act. Fine. Ugh, so cute. Now, problem with this build is I understand he wants oh yeah, sorter. I do need to go over the Los Angeles riots thing. Supposedly, by the way, what kicked this off was, according to somebody, he's supposedly like a son of a major person that was either deported, which, call it for what it is, it's just evolving worse. Yeah, that's going to be an interesting situation. Okay, see, they sacrifice iron, let's say. Here, it just gives you 40 times, I guess, minor? Your overall? I would actually be kind of curious if that's the case. Of what's your sacrifice? I guess it's a multiplier. I'd have to see the difference. Because that is a 31% multiplier. But that's only if they're vulnerable. If you are making everything vulnerable, but also, too, if you are going to use Bone Prison, why not get a free Bone Prison? See, I think it's a lot of people who don't think ahead. Right? There's a lot of people who do builds and they just don't think ahead. One is like a 40% modifier, the other one isn't. Actually, let me test something. I can go back and figure it out. Alright, now I have an idea. I want to see something. Doesn't really change that much in my things. Is that really? It's like a 47? Yeah, it would be 47 times, right? Hold on. Make sure I save this. So here's the thing, like a lot of stuff. If you look at builds. Okay. If I change my sacrifice. Not the other one. I mean, technically, it's like 54% strike. That might actually be a better one. I mean, yeah, that's a hell of a lot more of a multiplier. That's actually a big multiplier. That's a big multiplier, in fact. You know, that's a giant multiplier. Right there. Because if you think about it, that one's on a sacrifice with the additional bonus. Because normally I'm at only a 40. 4,000? Which is good, but that's 7,000. I can see why that one's done. Mean bowl. But I can make more use of that because that's my only blood skill. Because I have no other ones. The only reason I can take advantage of Full Reaper Pursuit is because of the 22%. All honesty, it might be a better call anyways. Cold. I mean, that might actually just be better because bone is inherent. That multiplier would probably hit 1,000. So, yep, that sounds like it. Like it will probably be it. Because a lot of your overpower damage comes from your life, but it also comes from your own. So that's where the big part is. Because Visage probably still has use. The only perks that's different in Visage in other items because you have to use it like you use everything else. Now, Tragools can be different. Yeah. So, the idea is, I get what he wants to soul shift, because the idea is they're using Reap. What's funny is you can turn Bone Prison into a shadow skill. By the way, that's actually what you can do. People don't forget, they forget about that. Now, I will say it is a very weird way to stack abilities. Quite honestly, right? You have to get stuff. Sure. Right. If I can talk out of my ass if I forget. Before I forget it. Let me see. I want to say that talent rolls on a weapon. Yeah, so right there. So you see how. See, what Deathly Visage gives is what that gives. And that is Bone Spear. Well, I mean, technically in Bone Augments, there's 4 of them. Bone Splinters, Bone Spear, Bone Spirit, Bone Storm. Means 17%. Now, in theory, I can understand partly why. You know, Shadow Augments Decay and Shadow Augments Execution. 6 one, half a dozen the other. Like, you can take Bloodlancer. The problem now is the problem is, in reality, you still want dreadful augments. Key. What's funny is he talks about using Blight for its 20% multiplier. Here's what I chuckle with that, right? Blight is a 20%. It works in a full shadow build, but it only affects an area. The problem with Bone is Bone consumes essence badly. Bone eats through essence. The same problem Bloodlance has. Bloodlance is a good skill, but Bloodlance requires multiple casting to make it work. See, this is actually formulating. Now, the trick is, I have the perfect chess piece. That I have saved for such an occasion. By the way, I have saved it for such an occasion. Multiples of them. Seriously. These things got given to me at one point by the game because it's so funny when you play a blood or a shadow necro and they drive you towards what gives blood power. Crazy, huh? Weird as it goes. It drives you towards it. You know. 6 one, half a dozen the other. It drives you towards it. It wants you to use it. But again, I do have the perfect chess piece. Indeed, and it's really crazy it actually might come into use. Like, I've had this for the longest time. I've gotten multiples like this. I've had this one stored away. Never got rid of it. Now, the funny thing is about... I've had these things stored away since, like, the second week of the season. I got these. Never to use them. Actually. And what's funny is, like, right here, it's like, technically, these are a backup to whatever I need. Right? I could probably should use these instead of those. But I haven't changed this out. So the thing about Cursed Aura versus Dragul, though, so basically, right, it's not the question of the chess piece does have to change. The thing is, the headpiece gives you armor, boots give you, and bone gives you armor. Most of my armor actually comes from spikes. Strangely enough. That's the weird. Spiked armor is where most of my armor is coming from. That is a secret to a lot of stuff, where I can get away with only half 1,000 armor. 1,000 armor is max, but to get to that 1,000 armor, you roll that. Then again, if the plan is to use basically bone, it would be there, and there. Now, the inherent problem is Cursed Aura, right? Because you have to have Cursed Aura. I'll be perfectly honest. This is probably the build you go a weapon, and then go. You go a focus, and you go that on. But, bear in mind, the difference between blood, the difference actually physically between blood. So, again, if you're trying to maximize blood wave with the potential of crowd control, which has its own damage built in as a multiplier inside of the board, because crowd control is part of the build. Crowd control is part of the bone build because of bone spear, bone prison. Bone spear gets a multiplier when it strikes inside of a bone prison. Now, bear in mind, now that you understand the basics of the basics of the build, if it's going around those three, is it better to change it to bone so you get the bone, blood, and shadow multiply? Bone, shadow, and blood multiply, which is utterly different. Now, that eats up. Now, generically, the problem with bone is essence consumption. Technically, bone prison doing the same thing. Essence generation has always been the issue. But here's the downside. I need other rings. Well, probably not. Maybe. Maybe. I would be very... So the idea, right, is it's kind of a different build in the reality of... Does the build take like 8,000, 100,000 essence? I mean, 100,000 fucking Abducite? Probably. To refocus it would take either the 1-star chess piece. Now, the funny part about it is, they say it functions very similarly. Because when I look at it, well, bone spear, right? You might as well assume it's Death's Visage. Which, give or take. I mean, okay, do you turn down a free... Like, the only downside to this is... Well, I say the only downside to it is the fact that you hurt in stats. That's kind of the whole problem with the build, is you're hurting in stats. So Trag'Oul gives no stats, the pants give no stats, the helmet gives no stats. So your intelligence is made up, but it also doesn't give you cursed aura. So take it for what it's worth. Cursed aura is a very different one too, from perspective. Hold on. I believe cursed aura can only be cursed aura? Yeah, so cursed aura. Yes. Okay, so cursed aura can be on shields, helmets, body armor, pants, amulets, gauntlets, and boots. Good to know. That is good to know. You know, I would almost go from the two-handed approach to a weapon and a focus. Sounds weird. Really does. sounds very weird in the grand scheme. Because, look, I get it. Soul Rift sounds cool, right? How quickly do you think you're killing? I mean, but there's also the problem of you do the right thing, you stick it on the amulet. You stick sacrifice upon the amulet. But that does mean I have to go in and farm literally I have to go farm up about 40,000 Abducite. So 6 one, half a dozen the other. So Cursed Aura can be placed upon chess pieces, gauntlets, and that. So, and if the tree wants, the problem is what you want for a tree, skill tree. Looks weird as hell when you start getting into it. Well, see, okay. Barriers are how we live. I mean, if barriers people complain about all day, sure. 6 one, half a dozen the other. You know, it's kind of like, so, attack speed, they don't mention life. Basically, somehow they're asking for people to play without life. But there's a difference in overpower damage. He is literally right at the cusp. Okay. The cusp of it. So if, and we are talking if, so attack speed, which basically, bear in mind, rogues use it, Spiritborn use it, barbarians use it, Necros can use it, but it isn't the strongest skill. But you can make it in that skill. But it's not like I don't have a chess piece for it. I just need a shit ton of Adusite. My problem is, do I have an amulet? My problem is an amulet more than anything else. I don't want to get rid of that. That's kind of cool. And plus, I'm probably gonna have to replace this goddamn thing at some point because this got bricked, by the way. Just for the record, that got bricked. Which annoyed the hell out of me because this should not be blood. But pray tell and have to suffer with it. Oh look, and that's not a bad amulet for what you need it for. And if you had to use this amulet, 12%, that's critical hit chance, give or take. You know, fundamentally it's fundamentally it's there. But using a focus and a weapon is probably a better, greater idea than using the other. Honestly, that's the better idea. I mean, my amulets have been in bad shape most of the season. Strangely enough. I've been getting decent amulets, but if the focus is going to switch... Look, I do know the power of Soul Rift. Soul Rift or Soul Shift, depending on what it is. I do know the power of it. But it is not as powerful as the streamers claim it to be. It's only as powerful as the corruption damage you deal. Okay? Without that corruption damage, which is shadow over time damage, it's ass. It doesn't do what you need it to do. Ask a person who plays Shadow Necro majority of the damn time. As I do. I play Shadow Necro. I have played Blight Necro forever. Corpse Explosion Necro, I've played forever too. But I do need to do sight. A bunch. Now. Really? That's a maximum. You know, often what I ask if ever they redo gear. Here's what I want them to do. For real. Please, for the love of God, remove these affixes from GAs. Save us a headache. There is nothing like getting a GA and it turns out to be a resistance. Just for the record. There is nothing worse and more irritating to the soul for that to happen. I cannot tell you how much shit I have gotten rid of because of that reason. And that reason alone. You pull, let's hypothetically say, you pull a 2GA item. Cool. Pull it up. It is literally a freaking resistance. You know what I want in an amulet is I want that and damage. I need intelligence, damage, and... I need intelligence and damage. So, again, an amulet isn't hard to find. It's just getting it done. It's going to take slight different care. I see how to do it. Now, the idea, it will work, because the problem. The issue now is I have to get it to do something. Look, now honestly, I play Necros so much, I can kind of guesstimate a build in my sleep. It's actually the sad part. Look, when it gets to a point in a game, I can literally look at the people around me and tell what they're running down to the core. Except for the gear variants. But I can get what they're going for. Like, what I don't know. Okay. 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 Stupid. I hate when necromancers do this. I have to explain this. There's something I know when I play Necros, right? See, two things work. Necromancers have a favor in a class where you have two built-in executions. If you're going to waste a skill that's a basic, and here's what I recommend. Initiate's Reap kills right, anything around you. And it can have multiple strike effects. It can be fired off at the same time you fire a bunch of other stuff off. Alright? That's the key. Which a lot of people don't understand. Now, if you are going to use Reap, I'm not saying you have to use this, but it's recommended. Having up to 2 executions is a lot stronger than 1. Again, touching upon Shadow. Shadow Necros have always been here. We have always been here. It just turns out to be the better build. This, by the way, is okay if you're looking for corpses. At least, for the love of God, maximize out your basic skill. Okay? It's not hard. Only do it if the skill does not matter. If you just need... See, what's funny is with bone splinters, right? Which I'm pretty sure I'd have to check it. If you went into bone splinters and never used bone splinters, you do this. Now, Shadow, its whole purpose is to make them vulnerable. So, the only difference, which would be a difference in the bone and difference in the other one, is inherently... See, Shadow with Blood Wave can use Rathmas at the end. Have that be your only overpower source. Have that be the only skill that gets overpowered. Ponder that one a second, and then realize how much damage you miss out on. Now, in theory, Essence Generation, like, I would rather, honestly, it's like, these people just, I don't get it. I could be honest with you. I have played Necro since the beginning of the game. It's not a hard build, but I mean, the concept itself is. People forget a lot of times with Necro. You're a wizard, basically a sork, that we are nerfed. Well, technically we are nerfed, but we never been fully nerfed. Bone was the first thing nerfed because it was doing 3,000 damage. 3,000% damage at the beginning. I was there in the beginning when Blight was doing 1,000,000,000 damage. None of us knew. Corpse Explosion. Part of the reason why I love Evan Piercer is because it goes with Blight. See, very easy to convert this to basically having Blood Wave as your ult. There's a reason I like Blood Wave as the ult, for reasons. Does it go supernatural? Ah, cool. Okay. 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 Ah. Oh. Go. Yes. Well, I'll reorganize this shit later. Look. Okay, there's a reason why people go Blight. Blight has a... Let me see here. This is why people like going Blight. I understand why. I know why. See, here's the funny thing about Shadow. Shadow has been here the entire time. Shadow was an additive to a lot of damage. But then again, make fun of the Shadow Necromancers until they actually need us. But I digress. Now, the question is, ultimately, do you want to go... Oh, that's right. Necros have another built-in barrier that no one ever talks about. This. Right here. Small percentage, but it works. About 15% chance, but it on top of everything else helps. It's basically, give or take. Fueled by Death is a buffer to itself. Depending on how many corpses you're... It's honestly depending on how many corpses, because in theory you're not consuming corpses with this build. The idea is they don't want to consume corpses, which I swear is it's always... So you only do one bone prison? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. You're telling me they have the ability. If this works, it will be the dumbest thing ever. And they have never done this or stumbled across this before? Okay. The funny thing is, and I say this, no one ever thinks about it. So what does this ability do? Look, I would happily forego title if this worked. What happens if you trap an enemy inside? 4 enemies, a horde of enemies inside bone prison. Is that infinite blood wave? One could guess. It's only title that makes the cooldown hit the floor and have a mandatory floor. Title has a mandatory floor. Okay. And even then, would this negate title at the end? If you had the rotation right. But that's why no one really thinks about it. See, Titans Fall, right? See, the thing about, I would say about Titans Fall, see, Titans Fall is part of that. You're actually supposed to use Fueled by Death. But at the same rate, you're not using Grim Harvest for some reason. Which I would be very curious how they are. Okay. Grim Harvest. Now, if you really, really want to get technical with how this build would go, and you wanted to pursue Reaper's Pursuit, I would recommend Corpses over Tendril. And this is an if. Okay? An if. For no other reason than it gets turned into a darkness skill. But I digress. Fueled by Death. But the problem's going to be... Huh? Oh, do you? Well, at least he's a smart necro. At least he understands. He actually Death's approach is not necessary. Okay, they bitch about lucky hit chance, right? So... Okay. Alright. Alright. Sure. It's weird, I see a path forward. So, technically, let's say you cause a cursed aura. There's 2 trees at the end of this. There's one that's an execution tree. I prefer the execution tree. But then again, that's the inner pit pusher in me, and that's the ad clearer. So, Decrepify. Which, he said they want to go abhor it. What's funny is he sticks wood here. I'm going to insert a joke and probably call the person retarded. Movement speed on Necro can in theory be made up. But then again, I've played Shadow Necro, so Reaper's Pursuit gives me more of a speed. You have a choice here, which is 15%. You know what's funny? In this tree, if it gets one of the most vital ones, I swear, if you have anything with lucky hit chance, right here, that's 15% more chance. But I digress. But he's smart enough to use this. He's smart enough to use that. Now, hypothetically, depending on how many points you have, you're using Cursed Aura. Cursed Aura applies both of these as passives. So, Cursed Aura implies both of these. So, that's what's funny. Cursed Aura will apply both of these. Which sounds weird, but it works. Because Cursed Aura takes into account both of the curses you have. So, that being understood, a lot of people I find, they're always concerned about multipliers, but they have no concept of how to pop them. Sorry if I explained this. Necromancers have always been powerful and shall be powerful, probably even if they nerf. The problem is you can't completely take them out. So here, this automatically kills them. The other one gives you, what's the chance? A 35% chance. Right. And he doesn't take the 3 extra points and shove them into that other one. The difference between the minion and the minionless route is roughly amount of skill points used. Minions in reality do suck away your skill points. Probably about a good third. Minions easily take up. Like, if you're minionless Necro, which a lot of people prefer, minionless Necro, in reality, functions very different versus minionless Necro. See, if you look at how many points get tied up because you choose to use minions versus having no minions, it's a very different story and it's a very different life. You will approximately find maybe about 25, maybe like 20. So, prime example here, 3. So each minion type is 3, 9. So 9 and what? So 9 and at least a minimum of, 9 and a minimum of 12. So that gives you 50 points to play with. And that is all tied directly into minions. No ifs, ands, or buts. in a minion build. 21% and 21 points of your 71 are tied up there. Now, alternatively, sacrifice is different. Sacrifice, you don't have them, which is different to the one. It sounds weird to explain, but the difference in your minions and your other one, it's kind of different. So theoretically, you have standalone, you have Memento Mori. Standalone and Memento Mori. Now, at the end, which is 2 separate, as an example, finality. This is where this is where the weapon and dreadful augments helps. So, a lot of people forget this. What makes Bloodwave Necro tick is having an ult that does stupid things. A lot of people forget this. This is the thing. As I said, all of this is indelibly tied to minions down here. Now, in reality, my crit chance is automatic. Now, here's where the point is different. Okay, so minion versus minionless, right? We're talking minions versus minionless. Necro. You should, instead of taking these points down to here, stick them somewhere else. Now, in reality, are they smart enough to do that? I have no idea. Look, people would rather have Corpse Tendril, I understand. Look, Corpse Tendril's a corpse. I mean, Profane really doesn't matter at this point. It slows enemies, and it has a chance to drop a blood. But they go play Temples. This is Inhabit, this is on the ID. Do you need that if you can already do Bone Prison? Bone Prison has a 15% chance, has a 15-second cooldown. Okay, fine. Corpse Explosion can make them vulnerable too. But bear in mind, what it wants, and this is what's funny about a lot of this build, is it goes into these and it goes down into here. Which it goes into Evulsion. So a lot of your additional points are tied into this. Now these are where a lot of your additives are. Quite honestly. Now, I have no idea why you would go tied to blood. depending on how much you kill yourself. If you, because in theory, in Indira's train you. Oh, take that for what it's worth. So I think it's gonna be strange, though. I don't know. Like, I think this is going to work. I just have to physically. Eh. Yeah, so. There's a key. Let's see. See, this is what they're using. Which isn't hard to do, by the way. This isn't hard to do. I went out earlier. Now I don't feel great. So explain this. Okay. So the thing about this, so they want to use Rathmos Chosen, which I understand why they do it. It puts it onto Bone Spear. I use that on Bloodwave Necro just because that's my only blood skill. So that is a ridiculous skill at the end of the day. Okay. At the end of the day, that is about 100. You're talking the difference of a skill that is the only blood skill that you do for however you do it. So, it's one, half a dozen the other. Which, bear in mind, functionally a little bit different. I mean, one can cost 25, but you can also get it back, so it's a little different. Now, the issue itself, I don't know. I sometimes feel, which is strange about it, in Bloodwave, like, the difference in bone is, but see, Bone Spear is going to take a, well, technically it's going to take away. Now, if you're talking a backup, which is the inherent backup, because technically bone is backup to the other, sure. It's hard to describe. Bone is like the opposite of blood. It's the same as blood, but requires more crit damage. It's where your strength lies. Strength lies in necro. In blood, blood is multiple recasting. Pure blood necro relies on multiple casting. That's its usual downside. And what's funny is you don't really see it that much. A little bit. Now, in reality, it isn't the worst, but you gotta bear in mind, it's a different setup. But you gotta remember how much of your stuff is tied down here. Now, technically, Vehement. Okay, this is without. I actually should change it. I mean, it's under 1 million, roughly. But Necros can also take into account damage wall fortified, so they're the last ones with it. Damage wall fortified is a thing, so if you think about it. Iron Maiden. Does it really kill, though? I mean, it does, but it doesn't. It just sits there. Well, it's like 30 times, but like you're always at 100% life. We really depended there. Like, the idea really is, do you pour it into, like here? Talks about take this, which is 3 times. That's like, say, that's 3 3 times. Look, I'm not the biggest fan of that. Never have been. I mean, Blight. Look, I would prefer. Because the initial idea is if you're using endearments, you need to be maximizing it. It's not like at the base of what you're doing, which is inherently different anyways. At the base of it, you're functionally the same. So the idea itself is, which sounds odd. Pathra Tragul is a good concept. But I don't know. The one reason I say to use it, one, is its perk. If its perk isn't good, that is additional movement speed. That is additional movement speed. That is one thing to understand. If movement speed is inherently your problem, then solve it that way. Assume Indra. I mean, to be fair, look, it's very, I'll be honest, it's very easy to, I don't care if it binds it to my account because that is its purpose. I don't care to get rid of it anyways. If I plan to get rid of an item, I would get rid of it. So, let me see, did I get the sacks right? So the sacrifices are So he does what? Jesus. Tell me you never ever fucking play things before. Well, okay, it's a little bit different. It wouldn't be this one. I could see, okay, so the sack bonuses. What's good for the goose and what's good for the gander? I mean, you're doing bone. I do see why they sacrifice bone, though. Bone is a little bit dumb. Bone is a little bit retarded in the turn of it. It's Iron Golem. So you sacrifice in skirmishers. It's a 16% chance. So the idea, right? See, usually what I hate about sacrificing pants to uniques is because that's usually where your armor is. Basically. Your armor is tied into the pants and therefore. Now, in reality, if you have damage while fortified, it could probably get stupid. There's a potential for a lot of multipliers to kick in if you're smart. Which sounds weird with Deathless Fish. Like, it sounds insane when you start looking into it. If you start looking into it, sometimes times. 52, 64. Huh. Someone reposted the a 4-star Indiras. Oh god. He wants 99 billion. Yeah, about that one. Tragouls are, what's funny is Tragouls are relatively cheap unless people think they have a lot of value. Which is strange. There's a guy as I posted about 2 hours ago. Usually if they're not been posted within, if they haven't been active, either likely they went offline or that. 5874. The thing about armor can be easily. That's not the issue. But bear in mind, a lot of if essence is the problem, that's easy to obtain. So 43, 48. In a way, the difference is in armor. But 1-7, 1-8. The difference is 2% or 1%. The bone, and it gets it to cast twice. I mean, as a base, it works for that purpose. It would be nice to find like a 2 of it. But that shit ain't gonna happen. Hmm. Hmm. And not a. There's a 3-star with a really shitty roll. $51, $62, $58. The Japanese guy still has his showing his last online. So, like, the problem here is what you go from here. If you use Path of Tregul, so let's say Path of Tregul is plus on bone skills, corpse, so sure. That is also +3 if you have Vehement. Just saying. Vehement. I hate to break it to people. Sometimes they're not as smart. If they thought about it. Right? Vehement. Bone, blood, and darkness. Bone, blood, and darkness. As it stands. Now, in reality, is it a lot more powerful than it appears? think of all the multipliers that get attached to that. You know what? Guess what happens after you equip Trickle? He gets +3. Oh boy, and there you go. You have yourself a very, very, very retarded thing. But they feel like they need to go Soul Shrift more than anything else, not done thing. They feel that they need to go Soul Rift just for the sake it's arguably, I would say, they want to feel better about themselves. It's the weirdest thing in the world. Now, in reality, is it smarter just to capitalize on what you need to capitalize upon? Probably. Because the difference between, let's say, a skill, right? An actual skill, a 10. The ultimate you have is a 10. Without a multiplier. I digress. It is also a stronger skill than it looks. I mean, 27, 25, 23. No, they're both 3. Thing is, they're both 3, but they're different. So it's like 21, minutes, 21 minutes speed. 16.5, 23. 16. I mean, what's 29, 27. Right. I don't know if that's that much of a difference. Like 20. Yeah, all in all, though, if Bone Splinters turns out to be a better insert into it, like there's a Bone Spear that. Actually, not this one. Where are they? Uses these Blood Moon Breaches. I think it does. It uses Blood Moon Breaches, yeah. Like, why would you do that? That's if you're not going minions. Like, I would be honest. Like, what's the difference in a 2% movement speed? Probably nothing at the end of the day. There's no difference between a 2% movement speed than the other stuff. Like, at a base, it's kind of different, but you do start to notice the lack of perceived, you will notice the lack of core stat. The lack of the core stat is different. Like, that shit starts showing itself dramatically. Yeah. That's the only problem with having. Like, I don't mind if you have 2 items that are a drop off. Like, if 2 uniques are a drop off in a core stat that is functionally different, like, the drop off in a core stat is that different. It is that different. I mean, if you look at my modifier with my life, what by the time I get to the end, I'm going to have a shit ton. I mean, that multiplier just went from like 96 to that. I mean, you're talking about something that is without a doubt going to be bigger. But you inherently, the only difference is you don't have the other one that gives it the buff. Now, hypothetically, we're talking about armor. Armor is the key, and armor ultimately decides a lot. So, give or take. Armor is some of the more important aspects of it. So, armor is pretty much what decides if something is ultimately useful at the end or not, because of the issue. Armor. So at tier 4, like, designing it is better. Like, that's perfectly fine. Core, what? It's at a 14 right now. I mean, literally, they asked for gloves that buff core. Like, well, what's core? Core is that. I mean, technically. Functionally different, though. Like, we're talking essence. If you want to go spikes, if you're going to go thorns, honestly, you could go thorns. But the thing about thorns, it's just slightly different than the other ones. So, if that being said, like, where would you shove it? So you have to place it somewhere. That's the only problem with, I would say Tragouls. Tragouls is a good concept. It would depend on how much you are in the bone tree, of course. Bone tree, how much you're doing bone. But again, you have to put into, like, realistically, if I didn't have Evan Piercer, you need it on the amulet. It has to be on the amulet. Because the amulet is a 1.5 time bonus on the amulet. So, give or take. It's about 1.5 times. Now, assuming the amulet is technically only everything has one cost, yeah. I mean, it's not like I don't have substitute boots, or I have those. Gauntlets aren't the easiest things to come. I swear to buy. I want to say come by. But then I'm like, I should. I'm thinking to myself, I have a bunch. That's one thing I've been trying to get a bunch of is gauntlets. Yeah, I've been trying to get a bunch of gauntlets because I had to redo a bunch of gauntlets. Everything I have is at least good. So, rings usually shouldn't be a problem at the end. Amulets are a different story, though. Amulets. I need an amulet, though. Thing is, this is good. This has to stay on my other build. This can't be used anywhere else. That can't be used anywhere else. See, that works. Like, you have life, you have the other one. But as I said, you have life, you have the other. I would say, if there was a way to get enough life, so thorns are still good. Bone and thorns do go hand in hand with each other, though. That is kind of how it used to go. Bones and thorns are both, think of it as like brothers, but different mothers, so to speak. Sounds weird, but usually is the inherent case. Thorns are tied to armor through spiked. So spiked armor. What's funny is it works that way. Spiked armor. It's why I have this here. Okay. In reality. Spiked armor I think I swear I saw an amulet that I could use. Well, I mean, I could use this one. But I can use this one. That was pretty good, but not what I needed for. It's a felon. That's kind of a waste in reality, though, of an amulet, though. It's a waste. Like, this is good. Here? Like, this is roughly really good. It's like 13%. I mean, technically, it's not the greatest. Honestly, I don't want to waste CHC on an amulet. I just don't. Like, if I'm wasting CHC on an amulet, I feel like I'm doing well. And it's just me, of course. Like, I feel like if I'm wasting that, no. Honestly, there's a lot. I would rather either roll damage or roll armor on an amulet. It makes more sense. Like, I can make up a lot of my missing stats that way. Now, the big decision ultimately is kind of where you rolled a certain stuff. Because, like, Vehement works. Be. Oh, God. That is a horrible name of a person. There's a person who posts item for sale. He named himself Diddy's Toys. Yeah, no, wrong. So, it kind of depends on how. Because, ultimately, right, very similar is resistances. And this is without the tree, of course, right? So, we're not into the whole tree. Tree is. It's funny how he ignores spiked armor the whole way. I don't know why you roughly ignore spiked armor, but spiked armor is not exactly the one you're going to ignore. I mean, technically, anything that's a bone skill gets bonus. I mean, and then where I choose to cut off points is a different story. What a Oh, that's a unique one. See, he doesn't use necrotic barrier, which is hilarious. Like, that's insane, actually. See, you can either use Ghastly or you can use the other one. Because usually what I have in mind is that's the kind of scary part. Like, I'd be very curious how this ramps up, in fact. Like, I would be curious as shit how that ramps up. So, Corpse Tendril or Corpse Explosion? Either one. It's one, half a dozen the other. Corpse Explosion. So, Corpse Tendrils or Corpse Explosion? There's only two choices. So, Corpse Tendrils, Corpse Explosion. That one requires another. So, quite honestly, it's like just reinvesting points that they're not using. Which sounds weird, but bear in mind, totally makes more sense of the other. But, I still have to get down to here, though. It's kind of the problem. I kinda... So... Hold on. So there's one here. Which makes sense. It just opens up this. And then... Fracture? Yeah, so 3... And then evolution. And then it's evolution. Which, I mean, it's not a lot of room because you're buffing in skills. So, Corpse Tendril. I don't like that at all. Jesus. It's terrible. Oh boy. You know, when you look at it, it's not a lot of good point management. You need 3 here and you need 3 here. This is a red herring. As a red herring are bad. Bending on it. That's a waste of points. Corpse Tendril or Corpse Explosion. Your choice. So they're talking about like 6%. Like 6% is a different story. Unless you're going to turn Bone Prison into one. You go Bone Prison, and then you go Corpse Explosion. That's 4 skills. Corpse Explosion is 1. 2. Like if you go Corpse Explosion and that, both. You can't have both Corpse Explosion and have the other. It just feels horrible. I mean, you forego. I hate the look of this. Like, I can see where he wasted points, but I just don't like it. As if... So it's either going to be Corpse Explosion. What is it? Corpse Explosion. It's Corpse Explosion, which you're definitely leaving Spiked Armor on the fucking table. You're leaving this on the table, and you're leaving Titanfall. And you're also leaving Necrobatic Carapace on the fucking floor, too. Which in turn divided the build too much. Because the issue itself, right, is even if you just put one here into here, honestly, it doesn't truly matter. Like, Reaper Pursuit's a good idea, but Bone Evolution only works there. Blood only works on blood skills. Coalesce Blood works on everything. Then, well, I mean, technically, if you don't use Vehement, but that's still going to be a 5. That goes down to an 8. I have to use this. It's definitely harder because, see, you don't have the barrier. It's right here. That barrier is more key. And you divide your shit too much amongst other things. Because that additional 3%. Because here should at least be a 3. What's funny is you might be able to tap into that for armor. Like that on armor, but yeah, that's about it. That in the armor, the chest piece, is a different story. The armor percentage. A lot of that's going to depend on the gear. Because technically, either you go Corpse Explosion, which requires 2 more into Grip Harvest. Then getting into it. Either way, it's kind of screwed up in a way. Because, I mean, armor is going to be harder to come by, but you're already near max. And the only other thing would be boots. Huh. I'll tell you how much shit that I get is Blood Surge. Blood Surge is so well. See, that's also one that's that. I don't think I'm broke enough. I have an idea. Question is, will the game cooperate to do it? And you want the answer to the part the game cooperating. It's a matter of time and patience, one could say. Like, fucking really? How many bloody rolls does that take? A lot. Takes more than I like, basically. Uh, you always put that there. Sacrificial is always there. Sacrificial goes on ambulance, alright? Because it's just sacrificial. People forget about that. That one's the one. That's where it needs to go. And that's where, see, it's 1.5 on an ambulance. So, like, I like this. See, both of these rings are beautiful on this. I'll admit the cooldown on that's just bad. Dude, the cooldown is awful. My God. The cooldown on that is just atrocious. Like, you forget how bad the cooldown is on, without stuff. Where are we? That is shit. Okay, 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 okay. 8.5. Hey, I want to risk breaking. I would probably risk breaking that. But if you risk breaking it, I could understand. I mean, you risked so badly breaking that. There's the illusion. Funny. That's hilarious. In a way. You know the funny part is you're supposed to have an amulet. So the part on the amulet, right, they mention is evulsion. And cool as blood. Which I understand entirely. But God, do I hate the sun ambulance. I do. I do. I despise it. Because, yeah. See, that's why I realize I need it. Because you know why? Because the world's shittiest thing is that. I hate it. That shit. Just for the record, what I'm trying to do, I have bricked more fucking items trying to get. I'll keep. I will keep that. And isn't the best one, but it works for my purpose. Tempering is the easiest way to break items, in reality. Unfortunately. Well, what do you say? Max life and duration. Really? Really? You say max life? Well, I can say defense, yeah. The fact alone, without armor, I'm close to 1,000. Kinda says a lot. Like, I'm close to 1,000 without. So it's a little. It's the realm of. It's like profane cage you could use, but nah. Natural resist, no. Blood resist, no. Oh, come on. Necromantic carapace. I mean, worldly endurance. Worldly endurance is just armor and dodge in life, and I don't think it's a big deal. Well, armor is good if you can get armor. That's kind of the deal. Necropace. Okay. Necrotic carapace. Sorry. Guess spawn. Is actually really good to have as a 2-of. So, it's less of the drain vitality. Bear in mind, it's trapped in drain vitality. Now, this inherently saves you Thorn Army in spiked armor for better or worse. They recommend Soul Rift duration, but you're not on Soul Rift, so fortification generation is a different story too, so or barrier. Which is stranger when you start looking into it. See, the second part of the other one is just weird. So as far as even a resource, it's still weird. Curse size and curse duration is a bigger deal too. Curse size, curse duration is a deal. Curse, that is a big one. Now, in reality, I don't know why, but crowd control duration. I know why, but wait. Crowd control duration is a pointless one. Part of that is if you want thorns. These all are terrible, though. They aren't good. Corpse tendril size, I'm not doing either. Core skill. Sorry, intelligence by far outweighs the. Sorry. Look, Intelligence is tied to defense as well as offense from Necron. And the problem is they choose not to have it. For an army is good. Because that's a passive. But I'm also good in the aspect I don't need armor. Well, I do need armor. It's in a tree, but total armor. There's a lot of armor in the trees. So. When you have a lot of armor in a tree, or in your paragons, I say tree, but it's really the paragons. Paragons give a lot of armor. And your practical armor at about 700 is a lot. By sheer passives, yeah. By sheer passive, I would be there. You know, one thing I notice about like a lot of the stuff, what they don't tell you happens. Did you know if you pull your, do you know gems don't socket back over? Yeah, cool, that bucked. I've always said that's screwed. See, gems don't socket back over from builds. It's crazy, but you gotta look into it. So, I will need that though. I will probably need more. Teach me. I went out when there's allergies. How about crashing? Or really, if I get a crash during this, I'll be pissed. But I don't have any necros around. So, I got an idea, but I do need rings. Look, Vehement's a good idea. That cooldown on the ultimate is bad. But ultimately, no, I may actually do that though. I may switch over that the curse, to the other one if it hits things. Like I don't look like he hit, but if I say if. You know what? I respect that. Actual thing. Shit. It looks like we got legit players for once. I'd say that. Don't you dare. Don't you. Can I tell you what the problem actually is? Would you like to know what the exact what the problem is? A fucking jackass with a fucking boss power going off every fucking 10 seconds. That fails and breaks in a. I actually had to close my game once, and I had to actually fix that. Because some sork is literally firing off bullshit. Causes a game to crash. By the way, this is not healthy on frame rate. Little does Blizzard know. See this bullshit? Look, sorts are walking bullet hell generators. And the issue itself is, I went over, as I said, I've come over just to the world boss, just to. Next thing I know, there's like 15 of these fucks sitting, at least 8 people sitting over here. I watch my frame rate die. And this is going off like every, what? How long? So I had it like one day, I was like, okay, surely. That I had to like re-verify game files. Because it happened twice in a row. I went over to like another event. And it was just like, Jesus. Worse. Like, it's like one of those things of, worst thing in the world is boss power spam. Because the visuals on it is mainly that power that I've only ever seen. It's that particular power. If it's not that power involved, sounds fair. It literally causes the best renderers, stuff for the best rendering in the game, just to freeze up. And it actually causes issues with the people around. So, take it for what it's worth, and it does happen. which kind of annoys the piss out of me that they have never been able to fix it. But yeah, swords just sit there, spam one button. This is what happens. And that's usually the granted result at the end of it. So sometimes, yeah. And then if you're near a person with a bot farm doing it, you might as well. The game's going to crash repeatedly. So, when I jinx myself too, I'm like, hopefully I'm not going to crash. Fucking hell. The fucking course. Really? Is it still doing it? YouTube is not reachable. Yeah, eat what bag of bloody BattleNet. Some days. Blizzard is the only game that I have on BattleNet, actually. Strangely enough. I used to be on BattleNet a long time ago. So, yeah. Now it's just... Jesus. It's cleared out 3 debugs. What are we on you? I should say... I probably should just go ahead and level the ones I know I'm going to use. I have enough on those. I just hate crash. Like, that's so stupid too. If it's like during a boss fight like that, you're fucked. You lose the entire instance. Which makes it worse. Not too bad. At least that's gonna look decent. Wow, that actually rolled pretty stupidly good. Okay. Well, actually, both of those rolled halfway decent. I mean, in the right places, you needed it, too. They're tolerable places. And I still have... enough. But what I need to do now is go live in, not Hell Tides, but I need to go farm up a bunch of Aduso. Then get back to that. Sometimes they come like moth to a flame, sometimes they don't. We shall see. But see if people are smart enough. Get more than that. That is a high cooldown, though. That is a high cooldown on that blood wave, though. See, I have it at 14 seconds on my stuff right now. You think that would not be the case on that? I mean, granted, cooldowns are pretty deceptive. But you're gonna need like at least 30,000. Now, I would say I feel like there's points that could be spent better in that one. Like, I don't think the shadow is enough. Like, why would you go Reaper's Pursuit unless you're getting, like, a bonus from it? Like, if you're getting a bonus from Reaper's Pursuit, I could see it. But that's a decent start. That's a decent start. Honestly. I mean, look, that's a lot decenter of a start, but problem is, as soon as we get these ones up. As long as they know, so. Generally, this is both a pit pushing build and a normal build. Speed farm build, so give or take. So it works as both. This, well, technically the normal works. See, like Reaper's Pursuit is really good here, just from the perspective of all the shit I actually have. Your methods, you suck. All of you. All those choices suck. Etheric masses, not the best start. Like, I don't mind this. This is actually really good XP. Like, here. Like, this, I don't mind on XP. Like, strangely enough, if you live here long enough, you get as much XP as going through some pits. Now, depending on the multiplier, how many people kill, Especially if you get a damage is elites early on. If you get an elite early on, it will be easy. But I have an idea though. Okay. If on a ring, now as much as I like the one, nope. Ah, that's so nice. We don't. So we don't see good things. Now, I don't generally kick people unless they're trying. I never kick people from who sabotage this shit. I just get irritated. Like, people here will sabotage this. I'm thinking if I just eliminate the bone to go straight to. Well, okay. In bone, just keep that or go below. Like, Reaper's thing doesn't make sense if you have a 3. I would rather suffer the movement penalty, period, than have that to go somewhere else. Oh, yeah. Hellborn is going to be the way to go. Let's see. I think I've been living on this one so much. Like, I probably have, even though my shadow minion is good, strangely enough, I've been living mostly on this one. I haven't touched it in over 100 hours. At least 100 hours of this character. It's for the most part, because if you're pit pushing or something, you're using the other. And as long as they do their job, I don't complain or care. There's no. But minions do help. Like, the Shadow Necromancer with minions is actually pretty good. Like, from the perspective of it, like, it helps. But here's the issue here. This gets crazy, though, in the terms of how hard it gets. Like, it's just not really hard. It's just a question of, like, if, and I say if, it just turns around and wants to just fuck you over and randomly. I want to ask how he died, but then I realize he's 187. I want to. I want to say he's 180. It's like he's 187. I can understand how he died. I don't care what good your build is if you are under. Like, you still need paragons at this tier. At this tier, if you don't have paragons, oh god, you're gonna be just good as dead. No matter the build. Now, if you do ever feel the need, you can re-roll an item 8,000 times with a do so. And I'm not going to say I've never done it, but I would not do what my friend did and waste like 100,000 on an item that ain't gonna roll that way. Now that's a problem. So if you waste one that rolls that way, it's gonna suck because you will know generically, generally, if something generic rule is I have found if an item is a bitch to roll in the fucking first place, farm up another. Sounds weird, unless it's a good item. You know, kind of like this hammer I have here, right? It's nice. Good. But as I said, it got bricked. But I also got greedy and bricked it too, so you see, shit. It's a little bit bricked in the truth. By bricked, I mean it should have damage while fortified. So I am missing a little bit of damage. Oh, E1. Oh god. Fuck it all. That's the only choice, and I pray they don't come up. At least Soul Spires. I mean, if Soul Spires just pop up, not bad. At least. But yeah, I think. I mean, if I'm not gonna do Blight or the other, I mean, you could still do it. It's just, yeah. I mean, Corpse Tendril is still shit. I don't like it. That's still not good. Free up about 3, one could say. Unless you really want to divulge into, look, Blight. You son of a bitch. Does someone not know 50% speed would still help us out better? 50% speed. Nah, we just got entirely screwed over on certain things. I mean, I could also go into Bone and get the +3 there. That is a question if I keep the Tragouls or not. Because if I keep the Tragouls, that's a separate story. If I dump the Tragouls and I go to the other, fuck. If you chose the other 50%, we would have been better. In reality, we only had one bad modifier. One? The rest actually were not half bad. Strangely enough. It's just someone goes over and chooses the wrong one. Because clearly, clear as day, that's not the greatest in the world at turn. When in doubt, go kill more. Kind of the whole thing. When in doubt, go kill more. more is always better in the end. So, and especially if your build is designed to mulch. Like, if your build is utterly designed to mulch, go kill more. Only choose those if it is the most stupidest and the worst option of the least option of the less evil of all options is the only time I ever choose them. I would rather sacrifice the actual part of it. Interesting. I feel kind of bad. I started my spirit board and he just sits there because every other class is having this character's having to get. It's not done yet. Like, this character should have been put to bed like weeks ago. But due to the game being impatient as shit and grindy, I haven't killed this guy, gotten this character to the point. She would be my eternal grind character for the season. Because that's okay. Technically, your first character should always be that. What is the best character that's good for the grind versus the one? Because if a character, your grind character, is good out the gate, the better you do in a season. Let's go Hellborn. Yes. See, part of the reason I get like why they want the blight, like the blight makes sense, but the whole reason that I go Reaper's Pursuit with this, in a way, I don't lose. Like, I may lose some cooldowns on the Shadow, but I don't on this. But it is still tied. But these, don't get me wrong, and you're gonna see, like, my blight is destructive. My blights are a million ticks over, like, if they stay in anywhere near my blights, they're dead. That's just a trick. This is both a mulcher and that. Ew. There we go. Yep. Aether Fiends. Aether Fiends, and Elites. Now, I have a theory, and if it works, alright? Here's the thing. If it works, it's going to be retarded with that build. So instead of the heal, probably take their thing and go in. Take that. Go the other one. Take Knockstone. Now, in reality, but I still need the execution. I would. Eh. Aether Lords it is. Not elites. It's not elites, but elites will do. It's your Lord's will. Now, the issue too, right, is Sever and everything else. So in a way, I wind up. It's like this. Think if you take I use Bone Spear similar to this, I wind up using a lot of. Like, never misunderstand. I consume a lot of corpses, but I also generate a lot of corpses too here, so. Occasionally that stuff catches up to me. No. Oh god. All is bad. What the hell? Why? Why is it that bad? Like, those are all three bad options. Also, I have. Actually. The other skills, I gotta figure out what I want to do with that. Because Tragul, I like the idea of. But there's something about when you're not doing Reaper's Pursuit. Like, it's not like it's a huge saving point to, Okay, so fortification, right? Because that. A lot of that extra damage that I'll have in mind comes from fortification. Eh, what the fuck is up with this shit? Bad. On par with everything, one could say. But there's also the whole part if I just double down into the whole bode. Because if I double down into bode, just find another bode skill and just double into it. So the thing about that is, if I need the other two skills. which I'm going to use. And that is a key and important problem. So the issue itself, and you start to look at it where you have to spec out into what's your core skills. Arguably, I would not go into the blood. Blight, quite honestly, what? Break 3 into a blight? Maybe. Now we gotta. Like, if your build is made to mulch shit, this stuff is easy. That's kind of like my whole thing. This build is entirely designed. Like, so, okay. I will borrow a lot from Wadiju's builds over the time, and I'll look at, like, he does. But here's the difference between someone like. You look at my stuff in ZZZ as well, or Houndguy, any of those. I will spec into enough defense that keeps me alive. Then I break into. If I need to chunk damage, I chunk damage at a number. And I do the same here. Here we go. Plus, we should have had last time. And the thing is, it's about the additives and multipliers. I don't think that's that much of a difference in a multiplier. 3% don't mean shit in Reaper's Pursuit. 6% doesn't. Only time it makes sense is if you're getting about 12 out. And you gotta be Shadow and Chase like a motherfucker. The Reaper's Pursuit at the end isn't as well. And plus, you're not gonna notice a 6%. Like, oh god, I notice this if I take off Reaper's Pursuit. I notice this. This character is whole additional movement speed comes off Reaper's Pursuit. But that's also partly because I use I actually use the Ebon Piercer too. So the Ebon Piercer gives me a Ebon Piercer gives me a lot plus more. Ebon Piercer gives me pretty much a good bonus. But at the same time also gives me enough of them. Jesus, I go out today and it's like allergies. It's a glitch ship the first. Oh god. It's like I live. God, allergies are just shouldn't be that bad, but air quality is too. Started Marble Cup, so the biggest problem is the loss in stats. So I lose a big chunk here, but my blight's auto. Fucking really. So the issue itself is if you keep the bone prison and you keep the other one. Because the bone prison makes sense. If you double down into what is like another bone skill, so it's going to be Kendrils or Corpse Explosion. Now, you can go into Blight because of the cores and the gloves. Both are attracted there. I mean, granted, one is darkness, one is the other. That's in the Reaper's Pursuit category. I'm not a huge fan of Evulsion being in the amulets. I'm not a big fan of that. Evulsion. Okay. The only time I like that is if it's a vital skill. But it has to be a vital skill. If it isn't a vital skill, it's not good. I would go so it's like I lose like maybe 30% aim. Here, I lose about 30% intelligence. I should be about 3,000 intelligence if it weren't for that. Like, if it weren't for that amulet, I'd be like a 3,000 intelligence. Basically. So when you start combining about 3 elements, it doesn't work. General. I mean, some it would be a good theory work, but a lot of it's like darkness. Some don't cross over, and that's a problem. So, one thing to consider. Hmm. Fucking bastards! Towards tier 3. Commander City. Right. Tier 4. So you can tell me. Tier 3. If you could play at tier 3, then play at tier 3. I'm gonna do it. Back to what I was gonna do. Sure. I'll take that, but it ain't gonna work. My bill, as I said, it's gonna take like fucking 50,000 to do side. This shit's gonna take like a whole ton of it. I mean, it's easier to blast out. I don't use my sixes ever. Maybe I use my tens in groups, but I don't use I don't use that here. Fuck it. Can't rely on others to do shit yourself. This is not the quickest time clear build. It can, okay, it's meant for pits, but do not get me wrong. Pits is an entirely separate thing. Here, I'm good if they mulch up. But, as I said, having an ult that only goes off like that is not always the best. Probably. I need to go back to that first build I did ever. Because my first build still is. Like, if they cooperate and then land in the right spot, it's okay. There's a part of it, like, if I'll be able to, but, like, Jesus. It depends on how many ads get pulled in. But, like, at this level, no. Like, by myself, no. There is not enough. Like, it clears, but it's just weird. Not the quickest build to just murder clear. Like, it can, but, like, in a short, actual timed experience, no. Not this version. This is the build you use when you're in the open world and you need, or you have to clear out hits. It's the only downside of it. Where her specialty lies. Like, theoretically, Spiritborn? Yeah. Spiritborn? Perfect solo. It's just my ult is too damn slow. My ult's only good if they're bunched up. That's the downside. Like, if it's like a Hell Tides? Different story. That's why I usually have, like, light and other things mixed in. Like, I say this, but, like, look. But this does not help in a timed environment. Like, where I only have 19 seconds to get through this bullshit? Nah. It's too slow. At this tier and their health pools? Yeah, no. Fuck no. Ain't gonna happen now. They will die. They will. I may switch to that character if I have to. If I have to do it, go to solo farming. Oh, fuck. I will switch to that character. A character I know can solo farm. I think, at least. I forget what state I left him in. I forget entirety what state that character is in. I may just... But usually, right? That's why I said, think of blood wave's an issue. Come on. Blood wave is not that much of a damn issue, considering if. And I'm going to say if. So if I double down into Blight, like the Blight Corpse Explosion with minions, yeah, it farms this a lot faster, but it's not good in hits is the downside. One's better in hordes, the other one's good in hits. That's only because Pit's getting made up by the other one, so and in scaling, being tied to DOT is not the best in the business for playing. You need 6 seconds, bear in mind, is 6 seconds. Here's the thing. 6 seconds is 6 seconds. And and that's what I hate about a lot of this. It's like a timed attack. But I stay on this character only because. But I have a suspicion I can get that character's timing down to. It's good as bad as the D6 is. Well, like, Spiritborns are good for mulching. So you gotta understand, Spiritborns are good for mulching hordes modes better. This is better for a boss killer. Like, this is a better boss killer or pit run. That's how this works. My damage is more blunt. Unfortunately, it's the only part I hate about the build. Like, a lot of this build is so tied into that it's hard for modes that are really truly quick time. But like if it's open world where shit constantly spawns, or like pits, things of that nature, yes, it works. Especially as I said, I miss with that. Oh no. If I miss with the my ult, oh god, I pay for it for like 8 seconds. Now we just need Nope. See, the issue being on title as well puts you at the mercy of whatever server cooldown is, and if it goes off correctly. And to be honest, it's sometimes as long as 8 seconds ever. So I'm thinking if it's with the bone prison, if it works that way. Without title, I get it down to 8 seconds. What the hell? That was not good either way. They're like bosses, dude. They feel like bots, both of them. Like they're just there with the middle. See, three. Three puts us at the right. We can get screwed over on the last 4. Now, this is just a weird one. It's like a bot. They just sit. They know to sit in a corner and do it. They're not moving. They're not like a plane. If they're playing, it's a key. Kitty Ruds. Only 1,000. Like, what? The rest of these are just bad. Yeah, unless something happens in 10. Unless in round 10, something good comes up. Ah, some of these soul spires. Oh, God. So, like, if I wind up like 600, as I said, these last round was terrible, but Jesus, these are bad choices. It's like not even good RNG, it's just. Technically, I don't pull a chest on this 800. Yeah. I mean, at least if they're botting or AFK, I mean, you know what? Personally, at least they're fucking being useful. I mean, they know where to stand, at least. I'm not happy about it, but I'm not going to complain. I'd rather have a bot with a good build than a fucking blueberry who can't do shit. Oh god, you all suck. All three options. All three options are bad. I need a great. Well, like they stand near Soul Spire. See, that's the thing. They have a macro that's just allowing them to basically just play. So it's like, okay. So, these are just bad choices. They're not even good ones. It's like, okay, take your pick on whatever one's the worst. Like, take the pick on the one that's like, okay, that's not gonna be the damnedest. Hellborn? Hellborn times 2 words. Really? You know YouTube has an alt-right pipeline. You know, I've heard that for like 15, 20 years, apparently. YouTube has an alt-right pipeline problem. Okay. Jesus Christ, it has an alt-left pipeline problem, if anything else. Radical left pipeline. And what's funny is I'm just... Oh, God. It's because I do multiple things at once. At least if I have to pay attention to this shit. This is awful. It's like... Okay. Gave me eventually tune out and just do it. Oh, now I know why Dane's getting the way he is. Dane's literally become like... Dane literally said, let Los Angeles, like, peaceful protest. But strangely enough, but Dane's like 40 something years old, failed adult too, so not really interesting. But look, everybody goes like there's an look. If you ever hear the theory, there's alt left, there's an alt right pipeline in YouTube. No, no. The only people who fucking say that, no, you fucking dare don't. You little shithead. God, that person's dumb, dude. Why are you taking that one? Take the kill more option. So, it's so largely I would recommend YouTube went left wing. Right. So if you look at like social media, even before I should say before they became the massive arm of the Democratic Party at one point and willingly signed over as tech billionaires, and then the radical left took it over for messaging purposes. Hypothetically, they radicalized their own. It was like a miniature version of Twitter. I mean, Reddit or anything like that. Now, understanding that, Reddit is a subreddit, is a hellhole. Now, most of Reddit, all Reddit subforums are all basically corrupt. The word is corrupt echo chambers, is a nice way of putting it. Now, if I called them a cultist commune, people get really mad, but the idea of Reddit has like the same moderators. It's kind of like Discord. Discord uses the same batch as well, or at least the same mindset of them, and has the same ones. So if you look at how many people manage Reddit, and then it's the same Reddit moderators, and then you realize why every single Reddit goes to fucking hell in a handbasket. But what I started noticing, and I did just out of boredom started looking into Saltier Than Crate, it is every talking point from Dane that he uses. What the hell? I clicked the wrong one. Son of... clicked the wrong one. I mean, but no one ever says social media brain rot's not a real thing. You can ask anybody. Social media brain rot goes both ways. Actually, that's the worst part. But YouTube and most Twitter has always been alt left. But alt left is not a good term for it. Progressive left or activist left is more accurate. Radical left makes more sense. It's like Los Angeles, right? People are like, oh, look, everyone's happy that the city is burning down, or not yet, I should say. But they're happy that cop cars have no choice but to be pelted by giant rocks in their shit. Look, there's photos coming out in video where they're having to abandon cop cars because they're... So, Los Angeles thought it'd be a good idea to block a freeway with cars. Or basically cop cars. Sounds fine. You know what the demonstrators did? Literally pelted the cars with, broke the windows with rocks, bricks. And then they turned the cars into... The cops fled. Okay. Leaving these cars blocking the freeway. Now, hypothetically, what the fuck? So it looks like a scene out of a post-apocalyptic game or setting where there were cars, or it looked like a riot happened, and there's just damaged cop cars. That's what Los Angeles. And I'm just like, really? Like, I'm pretty sure, you're understanding, but they let themselves, not thinking the people were going to take the high ground and just pelt, where they have to abandon all these cars. But, congrats, you just blocked a section of a freeway. Major highway, which is for the city. Now, I'm pretty sure they towed them all away, sent them off. But I'm like looking at the damage of this shit. They're like, I mean, they're not even boulders. Is not even. They're like throwing in big enough rocks. It's just breaking windshield, gravel, street. And I mean, it's bad enough. Most of Los Angeles looks like a fucking hellhole to begin with right now. But like, I mean, granted, the only reason we're seeing a lot of this, or I've seen a lot of this, is coming from Twitter itself. And I've looked at the videos they posted. They're like, oh, pigs on the run and shit. I'm just like, Then I look at people like Dane, and they're like, oh, people are protesting their rights and their things. I'm like, no, you're tearing up your damn city. I mean, it's not like the California infrastructure was much better. I mean, technically, U.S. infrastructure is about as good as... It's pretty good, don't get me wrong, until you get down the line, and then you have to realize that you have to fix stuff and maintain it. Which means a bridge or a highway is only good for till something hit it. Like, if something hits a highway, right, or an overpass, it's likely gonna damage it. Just saying. As this happens, bridges are condemned because something happens or it collapses. Again, if we ever had an actual infrastructure like inventory in the US, you'd be actually shocked. Like the actual infrastructure, like, for God's sakes, we still have areas that probably have copper lined pipes. It's the bizarre where. But I mean, but most of the infrastructure is either changed or something. That doesn't mean it's safe after a while. Oh, you haven't. In California right now, it's stupid because apparently. And the city officials are just dumb. Like, the idea, it's like, apparently Gavin Newsom is basically trying to gonna get the order rescinded to get Trump out of the city. Now, can I cue the peaceful protests of the Chaz in Seattle? How well did that work? But except California has the reverse problem. They may have SWAT team, they may have National Guard, but let's be clear. A lot of other people have cartels on their side and other gang members on their side. So, with that in mind, police have access to an arsenal. So do the streets. That is a vast difference of about 10 to 15 years from the LA riots. You got entire gang members, depending on it, that are armed to the teeth with militia-grade weapons. And California would think, maybe this isn't the case, but I'm sure. Just be thankful that it's not like a militarized presence. Yeah, you got SWAT officers, but SWAT officers are only good in certain scenarios. That's always why it's very hard in America for... Basically, what's happening is... It's what's funny is it's a January 6th situation in California. But they don't view it that way. They view it as they're fighting ICE. Now, I'm going to say this. This is one of those things. If you look at history, it's the dumbest thing in the world. And it's not like and I've looked at stuff, and there's tired channels dedicated right now. They're like, we're going to watch the riots. I'm like, yeah, I don't really care. It's like, look, the best thing you could do is hopefully let Gavin Newsom declare martial law, get National Guard on the street, similar to Ferguson back in the day, with the Michael Brown case, and then take a page from Seattle or Oregon, Portland, and let them clear out the Chaz territory, the occupied zone. Just let them do it. Because it starts out as wholesome, then it just becomes worse. Like, a lot of stuff is tame right now, but they're like saying the cities are fine, nothing is going on. That's a lie. That is a flat lie. There is a... Look. It's funny that it's the case, and it's happening more in California, thankfully. Because they know if they did this in New York City or anywhere... See, like, okay, when ICE went through New York City, the gang people were very smart. Most of them skipped town, or they kept low. They said, oh, we're coming to Boston, we're coming to these cities. Right? Look, if you think NYPD is armed, let me introduce you to Port Authority. Even back before 9/11 ever happened, Port Authority... So, Port Authority was Homeland Security before Homeland Security. Because the thing about Port Authority is because NYPD patrols it, but people forget how powerful and what tools Port Authority has. Port Authority literally is a military unto itself. Most of the NYPD is a SWAT unit entirely, plus its own, because it's an entry city into the US. One thing is, they have never played. They don't play like that. They aren't going to go... Any kind of threat that is a bad threat gets obliterated or buried in some fashion or form. Period. They don't allow this to occur. They're not going to let a city run rampant. Now, I hope. But then again, Black Lives Matter, but then again, that's not Port Authority, that's NYPD's territory. I mean, you got two scenarios. I mean, mayors do have control over their own city. I mean, so do governors. Now, the governor can overwrite the mayors in a state of emergency. Now, if these protests do turn violent and they want to send in the National Guard to actually restore order, they will. Now, I will say it depends on how long it's going to go down. That's what's going to be weird. Depending on how long they just let these people run amok. I mean, if it's Summer of Love all over again, well. I mean, from what I've seen, they have entire videos of them digging up streets and pavement, pelting cop cars and cops with basically stones. I mean, yeah, you have riot shields all fucking day, but your riot shield is nothing against rocks. Let's be clear. We're not talking pebbles. There, in a rock, is a force. When I say pebbles, you have like palm size, like they can throw. Some people are taking rocks the size of like, and they're heavy. They're like 4 to 5 pounds. They're not, they're like the size you put into a garden, basically. They're enough if they hit a person, you take it with 1 or 2 hands, you smack someone aside the head, they're getting a concussion. And they're pelting that on cars. Like, cops had to pull back from that because they just started pelting above this highway, as an example, hundreds of these things. They're the size of a brick, but they're denser than bricks. Now, I mean, cops are like, oh, they have riot gear, they have helmets. Yeah, you still get concussions, though. Son of a bitch. What the hell is with these bad choices? Jesus, can I get one that's good? Yeah, but as long as I'm getting... Look, as long as if I'm getting a Dusite, I don't care. As I said, I want to get to about 40,000 or 50,000 on me. Like, if I can... I have enough to go and do it. But, I do need to at least have about 30,000 or 40,000. 40,000 is a good start. Okay, 40. And hopefully if I can get some decent runs, I gotta get like a few. See, like if we keep getting runs that are like this and subpar, it's gonna take a while. But I'm also doing thinking as well, so... see, okay, if I redo that ring and don't use Vehement, the question is, do I use Vehement? Vehement is a different one. I gotta figure out what other 2 skills I want. Like, okay, if I go Corpse Explosion, sure. Blight? I could go Blight. Blight 3. I mean, so to speak. I mean, Blight is okay, right? So, Blight. But bear in mind, Blight's gonna interfere with, I mean, blight could interfere. I don't know, unless you just do reap. What is that? Sever? I could do sever. Okay. Sever is crowd control in a way. Sever is crowd. Okay. Seriously, what is this RNG? This RNG is ass, by the way. 2 spires in a row. Now, hypothetically, fine. This is definitely not great. Spires, why? But no, RNG was. I do know. Like, the idea, right? California, right? Look, it's funny. I step away from news for like a week. Maybe like stepping away, it's just working on stuff or sitting. Man, I still told someone to catch up on centers, but I'm actually been binge diving a TV show. Ugh. I'm gonna get this Aether Mass out of the fucking way. If we get it out of the way and we get Lords. If we get Lords, maybe I can get these fucking Spires out of there. But yeah, like in California, I mean, it's like they aren't the. But yeah, even Dane, but like, he's like, well, there's peaceful protests and all this. It's like, and all those people, they're like, not all these people are peaceful. And part of what's happening in California more is just the result of civil unrest. I mean, Portland is, to be honest, right? Like, Portland during Black Lives Matter wasn't safe. Oh, and by the way, one of the DC police officers got convicted of lying on the Proud Boys founder, which is funny. That story's been got slipped out like right before the protests and everything started in LA. Now, the thing about that was, call that a wrongful conviction or whatever you think of the Proud Boys. They're not as bad as people were, but it was clearly a lying on it that led to his conviction. Granted, I mean, you can get that motion and go through it and get it off his record, but. But now, the same people who would attack the Proud Boys, like any who's Antifa, is going to take to the streets in California. You gotta understand, those people are there. Eh. They are there. Now, the thing about it is, add to that a rampant homeless problem and a rampant activist problem. Congratulations. You have the biggest recipe for unrest and probably home of one of the largest areas with migrant issues. It's LA and San Francisco. Of all stripes. Non Mexican, Asian, everything else. Now, if they think this is going to stop ICE, civil unrest is civil unrest at the end of the fucking day. Now, here, as long as they don't I'll be curious. It will go swimmingly until Gavin Newsom has had enough and he lets the National Guard take to the streets and actually boot them out. But, son, I've already seen with violent protests over there. I'm not gonna say. And they always violence and no, I've seen confrontations. You don't provoke police. Just be thankful they don't attack or have tear gas or look in the past more police would, but there's kind of that reason where people do forget. You do major cities do have weapons and armed gang members that are armed as good as the police. So take it for what it's worth. Los Angeles has both cartels and gang members. So that being said, you can also chalk up maybe triads and other organized crime that has access to other items. It would be a recipe for a disaster if there was really major civil unrest. Now, most people are wise enough to not, provoke that. I mean, it's peaceful, largely enough. The largest we're seeing is cops are getting, I think, it looks like people are going to hospitals for injuries, being. So far, I don't know. They haven't really said how many officers are injured, but a lot of the officers are staying out of armed reach of people. And if they are, they're using stuff. So they're not using live ammunition against people. They're just. It's not that bad. It's just cops are being treated for injuries. The ones that aren't in riot gear, armor are. The ones that are in riot gear are getting. They still are concussions, injuries from rocks, scrapes, things of that nature. I mean, yeah, chunking rocks at people, yeah, that's going to. No, we are talking concussions, injuries, things of that nature. Luckily, no one's severely injured yet. But when officers start getting injured, the moment that happens, all bets are off. I mean, not any Californians, I mean. Or that, or they get near a basically not in my neighborhood type liberal that will force them to step up. They're smart about it, so to speak. They're actually really, really smart about what they're doing. Strangely enough, when they're not firebombing, so take it for what it's worth. But in California, yeah, it's just. I mean, if you're already going to shitify California, just make it that way. Now, I mean, in reality, it's obviously it would get bad. Everyone kind of knows it's not as safe. I mean, is it on the par with Black Lives Matter? Yes, for them. Now, the problem is if they start digging up too much of the streets, a lot of California infrastructure is already shit. So, understanding that, Ugh. I've seen parts of like Dallas and Fort Worth. They're just really old sectors, right? There's parts of Dallas that still flood just because they're low. Thing is, they're like low water tables, other stuff. Like if you're in a low water table scenario or an area that constantly floods, oh yeah, good luck to you. Like part of a bowl, so to speak. If you're part of that, yeah, no. And you already have bad pipes that haven't been serviced in years. You got bad piping. That's it. Like you can see this in streets wherever you go. Like they know, like cities know they have to replace it. Like in ground, water and erosion literally will just give it about a couple of years. Corrosion destroy anything. Now, this being said, damage the highways around it worse. Oh boy, do you got a recipe for disaster. Because it's not like someone's going to do a full survey and look at what needs to be repaired, huh? You got to think about that one. They're not going to go and look, you know. Now, from what I've seen, they haven't dug down and got any utilities yet. I say yet. Which is weird, one may suggest. Modern protests. I mean, compared to Ferguson or like, but I'm not saying it's not on par with Ferguson yet. Ferguson was pre-Black Lives Matter. Everyone forgot about that. Like, I actually knew. Magic Community had some guys who went up there just to go see it, and it's... Yeah, it was not a part of it. Because Ferguson was always, you could say, was a hellhole. Because it's outside St. Louis. I remember talking to somebody who was from up that area. Right in my area. They were like, yeah, that area has always been bad. Literally, it was always that bad. It's just as a spark. Now, California? Yeah, we will see. The thing is, do the cops have... The question is, National Guard there, but they're not letting the National Guard act. The National Guard is just defending infrastructure. So... Trump's like going, but you're here if you need it. Go figure. Let my little tentacle do all the work. I love the Varshan power. That Varshan power is really good, by the way. Let's take a break a second. I've been... Oh, God. That's the easiest choice ever. Oh, boy. But yeah, California. Oh, God. I'm surprised veto. It's like, yes. But then again, the only thing that would speed up that process will be, if they go near a very rich area. It's key. If they don't, depends. Honestly, though. Oof. But for the most part, if you cut off, if they just really, really wanted to get rid of the bad part of California, just cut off the southern coastline area over there. Just, just seriously. Like, most of California is actually a good state. That's the weird part. Like, there's parts of the state, surprisingly, that voted for Trump in the central part. But if Los Angeles and those areas are bad, quite honestly, if you want to go far future dystopia, just turn Los Angeles into a prison colony. I know it sounds crazy, but I mean, it sounds weird as hell, but I mean, one or two things is gonna happen. Supposedly, the Great California Earthquake, give or take, is going to cause damage that to I'm sorry, 1 billion on a well, okay, 1 billion on a 4-star mother's embrace. I'd almost bite that. By the way, seriously. Oh no, I got one. I already got one. That's just funny. Oh. Well, it looks like in shitification, one could say. But yeah. After Great Devastation. Well, shit. He's getting lucky. What coffee pot did that come out of? Who? Oh, Lord. Oh, boy, I do have some coffee. I gotta, I don't know. Oh, that did not just taste good, though. So this is old. It's relatively wide. It's just, does not taste good. Sure, folks. Hellborn times 4, folks. Let's go. Oh, guys, does not taste. It's a really, yeah. It's called Folger's Mardi Gras. Yeah. Well, the bot went a bit. He chose. Yep, he is human. I'm Muhammad. He lives. It's a human being. Okay. Human. Even I admit I've gone. Ugh. I just had to like. Invigorating Hellborn. Okay. Yeah. Wait. Okay, we're not getting 50%. Okay, this is bad. We've done this all on, like, without 50%. Can you? No. Never mind. Ugh. It probably didn't help we had like 2 rounds with like. If we had like a 50% of this run, it would have been like. Come on. I'm gonna be honest. We had 50%. We would have our be like at least 1,000 run. Come on, 5 Hellborn. But like, not getting it. Well, put it this way. Soldier's coffee. If I could clean, I could literally clean a countertop or something, a hard surface with the the acidic content in it. And it's drier than hell. If it had a smoothness, it would be like, God. Like if it had a smoothness, I wouldn't care. But yeah. It has like this horrendous aftertaste at times. I thought at first it was the coffee pot. Ooh, fuck no, I ain't coffee pot. It was the thing. Okay. Hmm. Only one more. I mean, if I really, I really, what hell, at least, but then go back and fucking do it now. Then sure, I'll go back and fucking fix it now. This okay, whatever. Really, I mean, I do need a ring. See, okay. So if I don't go vehement, right? Yeah. If I honestly did not realize half these people were 30 or 40-year-old people trying to be cringe edge lords, you would assume they're little edgy teenagers. But look, you got millennial humor, then you got Zoomer humor, and then you got Gen X humor. Being unironically funny is weird. Okay? It's that strange, strange section of the internet. I mean, I'm used to it. The But in reality, is it just... Ugh. Some humor is just cringe, alright? I'm not gonna lie. Like, if you look at shit, nah. Look. Oof, that's a better... Oh god, that's actually... You know, I don't like CHC on, God, see, I still call it CHC, critical hit chance. But I don't really like that on those, but it works. No. Mm. I just don't like... I don't like this. I just don't like it. Well, see, okay. I just don't like it. Something weird. It's like, you go blight, or you go sever, okay? Blight or sever. Sever you could do, initial return. It's low cost, low cost. Alright. It's low cost. Sure. No. Endurance. Armor. Normally I roll armor, but it's the strange thing. Thorn armor, profane, corpse, blood, bloodstorm, decay, blight size, activation, blood lance, fortification generation, fortified, spike arbor. Look, in a right boat, just world, I could not have to have armor or intelligence. I can just go the other ones. See, in a just world, I don't need armor. I could just go the other way. Because I'm still in that quandary situation, right? Like, the idea is there, but it's the issue of I still don't know what's a good first skill. Like, what's a good first and second skill, right? It's like there's two skills still missing. And that's a problem. The skill that's missing, right? There's still a skill missing I need. The skill missing is that's what I'm after. So, Bone Prison makes sense. But, as I said, it doesn't look. We see. Mm, mm, no. What is it called? What damage? What says damage? I mean, you could do damage to crowd control. I mean, crowd control is crowd control. Pain. Sharpen. I know it's under here. I forget what it is. Hmm. There's your blood attack speed if you ever fucking wanted to. God. You know. Sure. Right. Sure. Give me that right off. How about? Give it to me. I mean, it's a thing. It is a thing. I'm liking how I'm having to settle for subpar shit. Like, because. Look. Fucking realistically. Imagine having to settle for something because you're going to risk bricking an item that you don't want to brick. Like, temporary. I tell you. Like, it's the greatest part of the fucking annoyance in this game. Like, it makes sense. Fine in the aspect of, sure, but tempering is where everything breaks in due time. Like, bricking that. Trust me, as I said, kind of irritated me when they bricked that. It's more funnier here than anywhere else. Like this. It's good. But, obviously. Ah. How do you roll this? The question is how do you roll that? Would be how I wonder. Uh, Thorn Army. I mean, fortification generation is a thing. Curse size is a generation. Curse size is a thing. Fortification generation might be better. Barrier, just assuming that again, Thorn Army, Spiked Army. Spiked Armor is I could go curse size. I mean, I don't know. What's a 90% curse? I have no idea. A 90% curse is that. I mean, you can go bone prison, duration. Probably. What's 42? What's 42%? You gotta ask. I mean, either one. Oh, you piece of shit. I mean, that's, really. That didn't go as planned. Really. There's some bitter cherries. Right. Okay. Never said curse of my shit. Curse of existence, I mean. Just gonna say. You know how much of an annoyance that gets around to being? Far more than it looks. In the record. I mean, it's not bricked, but it's not as good as it should be. And honestly, that is annoying. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, at least I don't have to take nodes. Armored nodes, if I don't want to. So the thing is, go double into bone skills. I don't like it. Like, if I have to divert. If I have to divulge or divulge would basically be divide the thing is, I don't. Okay, so if you need coalesce blood, the thing is, the game's expecting you to have coalesce blood and shit, right? That's the plan, at least. You have 15 points. Wow. Nine. About 16? You have 16 points tied up right there. In that area. Just that area is 16. That's atrocious. That's bad. That is 16 points tied up in an area. Which, by all means, I mean... well, even if you can save a few, it would still be crap. So... I'll be well above the cap, though. I'm gonna be well above the cap. They say about 15,000, so give or take. I mean, I'm already there. See, I like this ring. One of these rings is still a holdover ring from my first one. So... that is a hell of a cooldown, though. Wow. I have to see what that cooldown looks like. Yes. So... technically, yes, you're gonna go Bone Spear. The problem is, you're not gonna go Blood Lance. It diverts it too much. Normally, it would be fine. If you're going to go into Blight, Blight would be 162 damage. Plus whatever is there. Give or take. So they always care about unstoppable, but caring about unstoppable, it is what it is. But it ain't gonna be... unstoppable is an annoyance, but the lack of it, I should say, is an annoyance. But it's definitely not a killer of things. See, unstoppable is necessary, but I don't like how every necro build feels the need to be bloodness. Which is stupid. You divest your shit too much. So, as I said, the only skill that I have that is blood on my other is Blood Wave. So that is a guaranteed overpower every 10 seconds. That is a guaranteed overpower. Now, if, and I do say if, these are guaranteed, like, I just don't like it. like there's only one bone here. I'm tempted to go Bone Spirit. Bone Spirit isn't the answer either. Because here's the thing, Bone Spirit takes everything you have. I did do that. By the way, you see how much lucky hit chance Bone Spirits need? Shit. So, again, why did he not have that as part of his main build? Why? Like, here's an example. Like, why is luck? Look, I cannot emphasize this enough. If you're doing builds, go into what makes your build work. Just gonna say that now. Blood Surge is a durable idea. Blood Lance. So it's either gonna be Blight or gonna be Sever. Blight or Sever. And I can see why they settled with Blight. But 5 Bach for 1 bill. I don't even have a Harley Quinn's. What makes you think you bastards are worth one? Fucking stupid. Literally. I get the 1 helmet Era Perdition, which turns out to be good for a build, but it has also hindered my playstyle all season. Yet everyone wants just rune after rune to exploit, farm, and build fucking shit. Sorry for the rant, but damn it, dude. I barely have any fucking box. Okay? Barely. This is my shit. I have either sold some. I have not sold that many legendary runes. Right? I barely have enough legendary runes for my own damn self. It irritates the hell out of me. I barely have enough that all these people are suddenly getting runes so they can just spam build shit. Hold on a sec. I want to see something. Where is Mythic Farming? Yeah. Let me see. Yep. I think it's a jeweler. Might be the jeweler or the divider. I forget which it is. Yeah, jewelry crafty's gonna go down next season. Shit, you're not. Like I have the ability to craft shit. what you need to craft things. It's like forge, like crafted items. Like, so mythics, right? All these people, this is what they're fucking doing. It's like, do you have it or show the materials you need? And now, in reality, do I have those? Lack and tone. Which probably sick. In lack and I would be curious. Oh, so I can make an air perdition out of all this mess. I am still missing M's. Because I have 26. Ohms are... That's what I am still lacking. Yet, and all these fuckers think they can just get this stuff. Which, I mean, probably have enough, unless that's the other. Zol and Yax. Sorry. Bakkenmon. Bakkenmon. Bach. Oh, actually, M's. Can't get them. I got lucky and got one of these, and that's to use a shadow. Ohms. And Sin. You know what's funny? About last season, we were drowning in it. Now we're not. So the idea that... So literally, rune crafting has utterly been broken. So basically, everyone's making an alt character and wanting, like, box and wanting all of this shit. Meanwhile, we can't barely get enough gem fragments and enough shit for ourselves. I know, it's a crazy notion. Oh, and you're at the fucking mercy of boss farming. It's 1 in 30 fucking bosses. if you sit at a boss and you farm the fuck out of it for what? An hour? 5 hours? You go do Belial? You might get 31 things in farming to fucking do something. You might get one mythic. And I can say, like, I only have 6 fragments. Okay? 6. Now, I have a Godfather. I could probably break this one down. So, take it for what it's worth. I have one Doombringer and this. And then I have the air. We're not swimming in them. That's what people mean. We're not ideally swimming in them. I mean, in a given season, you would think we would, but we aren't. And I'm not gonna say, I mean, okay. This is the current state of, like, my farm. Like, my stuff. Okay? Don't let this fool you. At all. Like, if you think how much I have done Belial, I have done... Look, no one wants to go near Anduriel. Okay? I'm just gonna be very honest. There's a reason why no one wants to go near Anduriel. I have done Zir. I have done Gregor. I have done all of those. Multiple stacks of them. And it takes how long to sit there and get through it? Not to get a mythic? Come on. At one point, this entire page was near full. So I literally went to a boss and just cleared it out. See, Urivar doesn't have anything for me. Supposedly he gives one more. You're talking... So if you think about that, Urivar is probably Anduriel, sure. I've done Belial so much. I mean, I've had all my characters kitted out for ever. Just with those 1 caches. That's what I did. So I got a lot of those caches for that character. They came from those runs. Alright? That's where they came from. But here's the thing. A lot of this shit. Now, technically, Anduriel's be fine if you could sit and farm Anduriel, and Anduriel wasn't a flying piece of shit. Okay, give an idea. Me and my friend had to actually sit to get through Anduriel. I had to equip that. We had to get to like 85% poison with shit. That's how you get through Anduriel right now. Nah. No one wants to go near Anduriel. Anduriel is one of the world's biggest pains in the asses right now. Literally, Anduriel mats sit everywhere. Belial, you think would be hard. 2 of the hardest bosses to do this season is actually... I put is actually Lilith and Belial. I mean, Lilith and Indira. Because Lilith, good luck. Lilith at tier 4 is utter hell. As much as I hate to say it, you know, kinda is. See, okay, the question I have, in theory, does it work how I think it works? Because if you can get your cooldowns down, supposedly there's a built-in cooldown thing inside a bone. You're taking for what it's worth. Believe it, it might be real. That's between the curse and between having enemies trapped in bone prisons. Take it for what it's worth, if that's real. I have a half a mind to not really hurting on problem I need is a ring with intelligence. The only reason I don't think these will be getting used, only one reason. One reason alone. I like their concept, but I feel that they are just out of place. I mean, knock it down about 8 seconds. I mean, kind of how it works. I mean, there is something to be said if you just want to knock your cooldown to 0, but I mean, look, I have a half of a mind to take basically take the stuff that gives cooldowns down to don't do title and spam both. Probably spam both Bloodwave and Bone Prison. I have a half a mind to do that. But that takes rolls here and takes roll there. You have to ultimately ask, is because there's one board that they want to use that I would not use. One board, and that ultimately is the board for problem it doesn't come down to assume that is going. There's still the problem of 2 skills are missing. Really, cat, lay down. You know better. Come here. Lay down. You know a lot better than this shit. Lay down. Uh-huh. Problem is, what's the last 2 skills do you use? Tendrils isn't really great. That's macabre. Blood Mist really isn't good either. It's just not great. I mean, so there's this here, right? Reduce your cooldowns. Dreadful Bode Prison, right? So it's like 0.5. You'll probably get your cooldowns there. I mean, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Cooldowns have that. You also have this here. What's this here? And you do have this. Very lower. But yeah. Combination of cherries and other things. Picked up some cherries that were very tart. Probably need a day or 2 to ripen. And 2 things I know that will be in here will be that. I mean, you're talking the same thing of that's here. You're not doing the barrier. We do that. So you have the choice of corpse, or you have the choice of the other one. I mean, you can still do bone prison. Bone prison, the thing. The problem with bone prison, that's actually where this is. It's one of the other 2 main skills. Issue with main skills. Bone prison. No one needs that. I just need a bone prison's good, but the problem is it's going to be all the excess points you're spending. Okay. So the problem is it came down to excess points. So the thing is, you can go abhorrent. Which comes down to here, right? Here's a trick. You either have here, so what you get chance, or you come down to here, which executes. Your choice. It's either or. Now, you don't have to take Iron Maiden. Good. But I don't think there's room. I do believe you probably need Iron Maiden. Quite honestly, there's a good chance you could straight up kill yourself. Right? I mean, you're talking about firing a bone spear. At like ridiculous amounts, that's probably going to wind up killing you. One way or another. So, which is potentially part of a problem. If you look at it that way, but I'm not sure. The issue I'm finding I really should save those. Because Belial's a Muriel's a bitch. Period. Yeah, that's why I was like, why do I have poison? I know. Why now? I have it in case I need to do Endurial. Yeah, that's really bad when you have like this. You know, I haven't used poison elixirs in a while. That's a thing I should say a lot. Like, it's not a bad idea if you double into bone. If you're doubling into bone skills, that's... So the other two should make sense, but... Problem is bone skills, right? So... I guess I choose a fucking bullshit one and just get there. I mean... Titanfall is good. I mean, you wind up. It's your source of vulnerable, so that's why Bone Prison works. I'm actually thinking I want to test Dreadful Bone Prison. I want to test it at least. mean, that's at 5, but I don't have to touch it. That's at 3. I don't have to do anything with it. I mean, that's at 3. I don't have to do anything here. That's a good thing, at least. It's probably the only saving grace with an amulet getting leveled. But I mean, CHC is a thing. Like, you save some. Sure. I mean, 35 if you want to do it. Fortify is going to be an easy. Here. Uh, I mean, so you have like 28 to play with? Ish. I mean, you have 28. I mean, that's bare minimum. And the problem itself is, what are the other two skills? Corpse tendrils could work. It makes them vulnerable. Again, the issue with corpse tendrils. The inherent issue is that corpse tendrils, and it's like, it's kind of pointless to go around casting curses, though. Like, the beauty of cursed aura is you never have to deal with it. It's a passive everywhere. So, I mean, and you don't do them past like 1. And that's a pure problem. It's curses, I'm not sure about. It's like, okay, well, technically, I'm not sure if I should use it. Okay, curse, where do you put it? You can't put it here. You can't. You can put it here. Okay. You're talking about putting it there. You're not putting it there. You're not putting aura, but if it's there, sure. I mean, the thing about vehement, it's actually, you understand, that's a 23 cooldown. I would be really curious how far I could get that cooldown down because of whatever reason. Reminds me. Hold on. Where did they go? It's a similar ring to this. Like, 109, 21, 12. You it's 120. 20 and 52. 20, 52, 452 life. I mean, depending on how that rolls, I mean, good. That's damage. See, that's life. Life is about, well, technically, it's because of the casting. If there wasn't, in practice, you're gonna probably have to go Blood Orb healing. Which is not often taken in Blood Begets Blood. Okay. That's not often taken, but early. Blood begets blood. I mean, if is that if it kills? That's only if it overpowers is the key. And that's every 12 seconds. By the way, it's every 12 seconds, so go figure. It could be done quicker, though. But a lot of this is just depending on how the stuff rolls. Like 52. I mean, it's not there. It's not on par. I mean, critical strike damage isn't the end of the world, no. Like, see, that's part of it. And that's. I look at that, that's like better, but I don't know where you roll that. Yeah, I mean, life is generic, so thing is, life is pretty generic on these things. Like the more life you actually physically have, the better you are. Life, well, okay, technically life is fortification and everything else, especially if you're using your own. To actually do stuff. That's good. God's sakes. Allergies. Terrible things. Oh, you stupid piece of shit. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, I'll live with that one. I got blood. I mean, you got 3 before that gets bricked. Fuckity. Honestly. I swear. I swear that happens to be the worst bit of luck. I don't know, what is my damage is 145. 145. Well, like, if we're talking blood attack skill would be bone spears. Bone spears are blood attack skill. It's kind of one of those things. Can I ask? Bone spirit cooldown. Oh yeah, you're supposed to. Oh yeah, that's all random. All ever. Like if you're trying to go for blood attack skill. Like see that hurts. Yeah, it's bricking these things. Yeah, tempering. Classic good old fucking bullshit. Is that the worst though? So rapid ossification is actually used. So for every 100 essence you use, kind of thing, it's supposed to by 0.5, so like it can work. My so I mean technically that's not a total brick. That's not a total brick. It's probably the one time you want. Uh okay. Right. You know what? There's something about when the game is just literally trying to tell you, play with this or we're just going to keep giving it to you. I mean, it works in theory, but. Okay, only 2 things overpower, though. Pretty stupid. A lot of this is just look, it's retarded because like the idea tempering isn't random. Sometimes you'll get the same effect in a, but it's not at times. It's just some stuff rolls good, some stuff rolls like shit. What it's worth. If it's that, then obvious. I mean, see, vehement is good for what it does. That's the trick. Any skill that is bone with ossified can be saved or roll that way. Create 5. 35 is max. What I'm thinking though, at least, is that. So the problem now is getting all the shit to roll in one direction. It works. Chances are that ain't gonna happen. Fuck is this mess? Huh. Uh, 35. See, there's a 35. Thing is, you can get crit damage from your board without getting it on the ring. The intelligence translates to more damage. So that's the trick about it. The thing is, if intelligence just goes into damage, the better it would be. Well, it's also getting all the shit to roll correctly. And not having it go to hell and basically temper. I've had literally that just happen. And if you break a good item, good luck finding another one. That's better. 9% isn't the end of the world, but 10% max. So 90% is better than that. Well, folks, it looks like we got a winner. Why is it always the ring? They are not my main ones. I always want to do this every single time. I mean, go one more time. Yeah. Often wonder why. So, yeah. I don't know if that's Hmm. Hmm. That's a good question. Fuck with that. Hmm. Wow. Yeah. You know what's funny? That's the perfect bone spear ring. Perfect. Right there. Straight bone spear. That's the most. Your client has been disconnected from the server. Let's see. Fuck you. Literally. It's this error. I talked about this error earlier in the day. This fucking error. Like, this error is fucking a garbage, dude. That's an authentication error. Fucking really. Fucking bullshit with the authentication error. That is a stupid thing. You actually have to log out and log back in. Then pray it doesn't fucking fuck up. Period. Really? Really? Really, Gabe? We're gonna do this. Hmm. That's cute. That's fucking adorable. That's what I'll say. There's no sound. Seriously. It crashes and takes the sound with it. That's a new bug. That's a new one. That's... Yes, the other thing, apparently. Is anyone shocked Wheel of Time got canceled? No. Don't think so. You know, I will say this. There's you can use this. But quite honestly, it's all how this shit rolls. I mean, you know what's scary is that so there is the bone spear version of this that rings can go for. But it's like, okay, so ossification is a weird one. And I'd have to see if I can get the cooldowns to fucking be bone skills and everything else, right? And clearly, I'm like, my armor's looking good. I'm already at 1,000 armor without help. Amazing, by the way. That's without nothing. So, that's curious. Hmm. Tell you that folders is just not. Yeah, doesn't taste good. You know what coffee pot that shit came out of? Hmm. God. Oh, it came out of the main one. Ew. I mean, if I change it. See how these roll, though. It's like one of these is similar, but the other one isn't. Oh. I'll tell you what I would like, but it'd be funny. It'd be so funny if the actual one that I wanted to roll correctly rolled correctly. I mean, this one's cool. See, the problem with it is blood speed. See, that ultimate cooldown is slow as hell. I have no faith in that one. You know what? Decent. Strangely enough, not better than that. Slightly. Doesn't help the other part. But See, what I want to roll, honestly, how you would pretty much want. Like, I would like a successor to this ring, but I have not had a successor to this ring. Like, some of these rings I've been using on this character are old as shit, and I can't get replacements because all the replacements turn out being garbage. I want to say it's like one of my others. I have to see, but it's interesting how it just merges into the one. See, that is about ideal. Now, the problem is, I mean, I can see the one that I would like to work probably won't work because it is the total wrong one. I hate to say it. Look, that one's fucked up to like 9/10 of degrees. I wouldn't lie. This would be funny if I get this one to work. This one or the other one. I mean, if either one of these, like, honestly, it'd be in any one, as I said, the other, for it to work. Like, in a dream, some of this stuff. But what would be funny is if this ring worked. And this is a ring more for Bone Spear than what I know. Which is the Bone Spear version. The Bone Spear version is slightly different. Unless it just serves as a don't give a fuck about the cooldown and spam that until you can't. Correct. Better divine. Fuck you. But in a way, totally not. That right, right, right. Yeah, actually. As a way, it's kind of like a giant fuck you, but at the way of slightly better. Okay? I take that. Kind of a loss, kind of a win. I mean, but bear in mind, it's a big enough change. Yes, slightly lower intel, but let's be clear, that is a better ring in the least aspect. Frustrating aspect of it. The funny part is, this is actually better, but I'd have to see in the board where you can create. See, this is cool in theory. It's okay. This is neat in theory. So, what's up? So, look. There's two different versions of this build. In reality, so that's better. I mean, life-wise, even that goes. 74, but it ain't better than that. But damn it. That's vehement. Well, that could go interesting. See, that's a good one, but here's the problem. You start to run into issues that, as I said, title is 3. The thing is, you need to use this. So that makes it worse. So that's kind of pointless. You do have to use that. The question ultimately is, do you give a shit about title? Yeah. I know. Well, the dream would be if you can get the cooldowns low enough that you don't have to worry about the other ones. I mean, even then, it's like saying that, what is it, 23 seconds? Bone Spear is at 5? See, simple answer is probably Corpse Explosion and then another, but I mean, what are you doing? Besides being annoying. Uh-huh. Yeah, I know. It's fun to do anyways. Come here. Some cats need attention and others just do things for other reasons. Come on, lay down. Being a brat. And what's funny is it stacks with ossification. Really want to be technical. So assume this one rolls how I think it's gonna roll. If it could roll the way I hope it would roll, it would be really good. Like if it could roll the way it needs, I hope it would roll. Not like that. Or rapid ossification. I'd have to experiment with it. But I think if I can get it to roll. There's a theory I have to test, but it wouldn't work. Right. Uh-huh. I know. You're the most neglected animal I own, don't you? Unless I call it just the green-eyed monster of jealousy. Mhm. And I know. Cat's telling me I need to go to bed. I only own one cat. Strangely enough, and again, true cat doesn't really care about what goes on. My one cat's more of a companion animal. See, ideally, that might actually be pleasantly better, but in a different route. So yeah, I have to see how that winds up rolling, though. Tale of Three Rings, depending on tier of the multiple rings of how that actually works. Now, what's funny is you have this right here. This can still work for every 100, and I'm getting it back. Honestly, I think I have this. See, one of these. See, that's on my other. Uh, so the problem inherently is what is those last two skills? That's the problem I'm finding. I don't know what's really good on the last two skills. At least in the envisioning of it. It's just not doing what it needs to do, so to speak. If that's the case, right? Like, technically, I have more life in this build, particularly. Slightly, it's kind of like we argue over the smallest. It's that weird part where you're just trying to find the right armor to do everything. Which is key. Again, here's a difference in the pure version. See, in the pure version, there's a big difference. I would be easily over, like, if I had another amulet uh, similar to this, right? I would be way the fuck over on, like, north of damage. That's just the way things are, right? It's like, it's a very different build. Tell you how long ago I did this build. you like to see how long ago this build was done? Actually, I think I went back and I retooled it, but it's been a while. Went back and actually looked at it because I had to go clean it up, but I forgot which one I was gonna put there. $266. See, and what I'm thinking of is doing a bone similar to this. Because but then again, as I said, minions take up about 2 different boards. I lose about 2 boards to about minions. Even if I try to get through them as quick as possible, minions still take up these. Basically. Yep, as I said, minions you wind up losing still. Like, you still wind up losing points. Oh, no, actually. See, I think I went and took this, which adds armor. But I go down here anyway. Like, if I wanted to avoid armor on something, I needed to change those 1 boots out I have. It would be that. But this is a squishier version of my other. Because reason of you have to understand. It's basically pure shadow is usually a very squishy build at the end of the day. By the way, that'd be really good for this. But I got lucky on this one, but I need to see. Because I don't even use... Like, there's a version of this I could use if I change out this for Shadow Rift. That would be the straight Shadow menu. Again, it's a different build. It's like... That's straight Shadows and minions. That is the build. That's the different one I use here. So... Like, I've had these for a while. These right here. Not a while, but it's since I farmed them. But the trick about it is this chess piece is like perfect for it. So this chess piece is perfect for a lot of the builds I do. Here, it's Intel and Life, but these would be the natural replacements for these. But bear in mind, the problem itself isn't that. I mean, this build, I'm not saying is that it's pretty much big Zenith, but this one works. But the difference between that is the other one would use Shadow Rift. You replace these. But a lot of stuff is tied up in there. And it's kind of utterly different because what I would say is you have a normal weapon, the exact title, as well as the other one. Actually, so long ago, I don't even remember what I had on these initially. I think it was Aspect of the Damned. Only thing is, I can think it was Shadow of the Damned. Unless it was Moonrise, which is the only other thing I can think of. Because I don't think it would have been Moonrise. The only other one. Also thinking it could have been. That's funny, by the way. Back to sacrifice its service, by the way. That's a funny one, too, by the way, but. See, I don't think I had that there. The only thing I think of, it could have been that. Conceited. Conceited is a fun. Yeah, it's a fun one on here, though. I like talking 30 times. Somewhere you usually put it. Use that. The only thing I could think of, it was conceited. It was either damned or conceited. What are the two? I really forget which. Like, that's multiplicative. Versus that. And that's a problem, actually. It's been a while with conceited is try it. It may have been damned. Well, I would say too, like conceited has its own. Because usually you're just a walking curse that just walks around and usually hits everything in its own path. I mean, usually. See, what I would do is very similar to this. See, what I want to try. Been a little while since I did this one. It's just a problem of the... Hmm. Playing this a little bit. Might be damned is better. Hmm. Damned might be better. It would help if I had a... Yeah, this is a good build in the terms of what it's for. Finding shit, but I will not lie. It is a interesting one when it comes to doing certain stuff. Hey, I did not invite the fucking hell. Why did the fucking Helltide assassin have to come the fuck over here? No one killed it yet. Really? He's an overgrown piece of shit. Uh-huh. See, this thing roams the wild countryside quite frequently. It's not worth killing, may I tell you. So, like, look, they try to make the Helltide Assassin worth killing. Like, if you ask me, right? Like, Helltide Assassin killing it should give you something. They don't give you shit. It's just this little tangy shit stain that walks across this area that, depending on your damage, is on how quick you kill it. Again, super fucking tanky little piece of shit that, honest to God, if you don't give it enough reward. Yep. This is basically a mini open world boss that just pops its at around, pops around the Helltide region. Again, rewards are not worth it. I'll go around, kill it, and see if they actually give you something worth killing it over. But honestly, it's a giant slog. So, looks like the verdict is going to be conceded. Wow. People are swapping Vietnam stories in chat. Huh. The horrors of PTSD of having to re-roll 80,000 items for stuff. So you can tell, like, they're definitely old men sometimes, just the way they I did this. It's like, sure. Look, honestly, I give up on an item after. Like, okay, I'll re-roll it. Like, if. Kind of thing. See what I'm thinking? Very similar. If it worked, do something similar to bone. It would be very similar, it'd be two weapons setup. Not this. I mean, Shadow is Shadow at the end of the day. But it would be the focus, it would be the other one. But it gives the arbor, but it also gives the evade. Which is fine. Like, I'm barely over cap, though. It's just an issue. It's kind of been the way I've been for like half the season. Oh, yeah, so also, it's like, whatever I did, I have to redo. Like, I need to probably remap all of this. Like, apparently, when I redid it, I lost like a lot of my, which is weird. I don't think I put all my stuff back in here. I just don't know what I want on the last two skills. Because that determines the rest of the build. Which is strange. Like, if you. The last two of those skills, I'm not sure what's the more appropriate answer. Because if the last two of those skills is more. Why is there. Because you would think with the similar amount of intel, I would easily be already there. Dex. Unless you go Gravekeeper. So, Not sure of this build though. So you can kind of figure out what you have to go do. Because that is kind of a pointless. Now, if you want to get cheeky, curious, you can always use sacrificial for no gain, which is odd as hell, to be honest. But if you use sacrificial for no gain, so you can stick that there, and then it's just pumping your rares. But pumping all your magic nodes, which clear as day. Yes, Gravekeeper. Yeah, Gravekeeper, Corporeal. Amplify. Oh. Really? It depends if you get cheeky and you want to use sacrifice just on the rare magic ones. So the issue I'm finding 1,000. I mean, what's the second? So So, this is weird. What's the other two skills? That's the only issue I'm finding at this point. Here makes sense. It gives you essence. Someone say, why would you do this? Okay. Don't care. It's just a fucking defensive skill that everyone uses. They forget why they do it, and they don't know why. Is this hardcore? No. Honestly, I don't care if I get plastered and turned into paste at least once. Shit happens on occasion. And honestly, I've been in the same spot, just I'm not sure. You don't want too much of your blood skills. It's funny, I almost double into this. See, that's weird. Imagine. So, bone spirit. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. How is bone spirit so high? Uh-huh. Bone spirit might be the answer. Assuming I change. Since I'm not doing shadow. to I think about I replace bone eater quartz. I replace flesh eater quartz. I mean, the only downside to Bone Spirit is, in fact, it eats all your essence. It's a core? Really? That's funny. So I mean, so like consume all your essence, right? I mean, Bone Spirit and his bone. And it's just a question of yes. Not enough. Yeah, it's a 35% chance, but that is so fucking minor compared to needing any stat. It makes more sense to go into Shadow, but So a lot depends on those. But if I'm not doing curses, there's no reason to go into it. The question is, deep little curse. In here. So what I'm thinking though, no. Like it. Well, technically, bone spirit's gonna drain my stuff anyways. But probably just have high time morning. Okay, time in the morning. Everything just wants. So it's like increased by every. So basically, I mean that's more or less the when you don't cast unless you're just doing it. Something on cooldown, but not needing. I mean, Bone Spirit's rather funny though when you get into it, because I mean that seems low for that damage though. Then again, I'm not in my Paragons though. If I was in my Paragon, that would be a lot more damage. I think. The fact alone Bone Spirit is core is a strange one. And they shove it all the way in Macabre. So if you're not doing curses, right? Curses do have that execution now. It's the only weird thing for to be without. I mean, Bone Spirit is just weird to like. Usually. I kind of want to say Corpse Explosion is better. Kinda. But, I say but, it just doesn't. Corpse Explosion being the other one, it consumes the corpse, but it also makes. To be fair, are you really even doing it if you do? I mean, Corpse Explosion kinda is good for what it does, but it doesn't give you essence. And that's what you need. It's probably Corpse Explosion. Strangely enough. Unless it doesn't make it shadow and you just. But you're just getting crowd control damage from the two. Because saving on the curse, because hypothetically you're not doing curses. Even though it's probably better and more part of the main. Guarantee at least at pit pushing it would be part of it. Also, it's a cat. I think someone has a cat over here. Oh, I'm hearing the person's pet. You know, this cat with the Beliel cat with many eyes. Clearly. Though I do think it would be better to have that, at least at pushing purposes. Wait, my ult's at 8. I don't know if that's just stupid or just how it rolls. It's. My bone spear sits at 23. Oh, you didn't know what the actual cooldown is. I would love to see what the actual cooldown is just before I head out there, though. I mean, the actual, I mean, see, the thing is, the shadow multiplier would be good. I think if, and I say if, so here's a, so if, but I only have 2. So if you do like 3 or you do by 22, does +2 and then has a multiplier. And that's only what? 2? It's actually what it is. It's only 2. I see that, LG. I had just a later night. That's all. I've just been chilling indeed. Oh boy. Long day kind of thing. Working on a build, so. And combination, just burning the midnight oils, so. Rather fun. Oh, you didn't see the thing I sent you. Found Riley's cousin. I mean, Riley's brother, you know? It's Riley's brother, I swear. Say that, that's just cool and the usual special ed people. The irony is, a lot of this is boarded out like you do. So I'm going to say this. I may, instead of wither. So instead of wither, right? So instead of that, you know what you do? I mean, you have room. More or less thinking either one. Crowd controls. 3, 4. Well, I mean, technically, I don't know what the difference is. I feel like that's such a fucking finite difference. That's a finite. It's not even a real one. The difference. If you actually did this. If that's the actual damage of it. Such an infinitesimal damage. There is a talent. It'd be funny if it worked. That's a multiplayer. Which is funny. I do hate allergies. Really, I do. I wonder what that real multiplayer is. I really do. See, I would have to rebap all of it too. Huh. There are people. Sometimes I do wish people would learn how to map boards, but soon. Oliver! Really? Roughly similar versus taking the other path. Clearly, and you go into blood begets blood. Interesting enough, uses Eliminator. Just funny. Need to see something. Is there a bone board? I swear there is. Is there a bone board? Frailty is at the end. You still do frailty though. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Really? You're not doing fucking curses. Uh, why the fuck do you go into curses if you don't? I don't understand. People are fucking swear. Why in God's good green earth? I understand a lot of these boards. Let's see. See, I mean, are you going to be forced to go into Flesh Eater? You're if you're not doing Wither? Uh, Shadow House. Do it. There is a boat board. Yes, there fucking is. Wow, that's gonna be a hell of a path, though. Jesus. The actual fuck. That is a hell of a path. Lord, that is a path. That is a hell of a board path. That is a bad board to path. So the other one would be blood begets blood. You need. I mean, do you really need Flesh Eater? If you're not doing curse, there's no reason to do this board. Correct. Yeah. There's no reason to do that board. There's no reason to do frailty. There is literally zero reason to do frailty. If that's the case. I mean, granted, Flesh Eater Corpse. God. Flesh Eater Corpse is good. Flesh Eater. Flesh. I mean, you make that the final board. Blood begets blood. Wait. Okay, can I ask a question sometimes when I see people? See, this board looks smarter than the board that I dealt with before. right? 261, right? So he plans this out. I mean, could be worse. Sorry. Okay. All right. You're doing blood orbs. And you refuse. You do blood orbs. You hit right to the blood orbs. But you refuse to take all the healing involved. Like, I swear, this is what happens when retards literally play a class. They don't think their shit through. I swear. Fine. Yet you skip every blood orb healing between now and fucking Oblivion. And you're using a skill that drains your life. Think about that one. Because that's going to be an entire remap. So you need this, you need these, you need those. Assuming you stick a rare, when the magic ones appear, you have all of this. Here and there. So, that's a mess. Like, why would you have two ways going off this way if you're going to go off into that? That extra 4 you have? You might as well shove down into here. Clearly. Okay. We come up right up to here, right? I see that. Blood begets blood, right? So you... It's honestly really too late in the day, even. Look, remapping a Paragon board is like pure bullshit. Of course, he's a retard. Why did he fucking do it? How the fuck did he do this? Some days. Huh? He did the retard thing, didn't he? Yes, he did. He absolutely did. How do you hit all these nodes well fortified down here whilst leaving every damn one of the other ones out in the fucking clearly he thought this was his most valuable board. Apparently, you hit every node in this board except for ones and leave the ones out. You leave overpower damage here, 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 and here, and here, and damage well fortified right there. Ow. I often ask the question, but sometimes it's best not to ask. Because apparently, if you do, you're just going to ask why. Like, these aren't there. But he hits all these down here. Right. He sticks frailty up here. He sticks flesh eater quartz. So, yes, it is. Really? Really? Right. Right. This makes no sense. This looks like baby's first Paragon board. Except worse. Like, this is stupid. Nope. Really? So Flesh Eater Quartz is 4 for him. Right? I get. This board is a mess. He did it. I wonder how he fucking did it. This frailty clearly isn't the board you're gonna use. Do you want to know what's funny? That board. You imagine if you have this man has left damage all over this board. And it's not because it's 261 either. Like, at a 261, hypothetically, let's assume 261 makes sense. 261. Frailty is not the board for this. And he goes into Frailty at the world's worst way, like he's going over. It's really, really way too late in the day to be going over this shit. I cannot wrap my head around this. Like, here. Like, how do you just leave damage everywhere? Your resistances aren't good. Your blanket resistances are bad. You leave damage well fortified everywhere. You leave overpowered damage everywhere. Why do you leave damage well fortified everywhere? Oh, and you also leave here. Damage to injured enemies are down here. Not sure why. She's like 4 to begin with, but map out willpower, right? The fuck is the actual? What holy? And you bypass the one board that gives you power. How do you bypass the one board that gives you all your power? Anyways. Oh god, this is gonna be a headache to remap. Like, oh god, this could be a horrible remap. Lord. I'm gonna have to remap that entire board. I got the idea for the build. I wouldn't even trust that without the Paragon in fucking place. I mean, without the Paragon even in place at all? That is a mess of about 1,000 is a fucking foul. So you skip over the bode board. You still use frailty even though you're not using curses. And you leave damage all over the place. What makes that worse? Believe it or not. That's a scary, very, very scary board when it comes to figuring out stuff. I don't like that. That is a horrendous board to like. And the thing is, he sat down, put that together, without realizing how. That is a deadly. How do you have that bad of a board? I ask this because I don't recommend that Paragon. Like, he's running around with stuff. That's just awful. Well, to be fair. I don't like that. That board is the stuff of nightmares. Like, you can't have that bad of a Paragon board and not know you fucked up at some point. There is no way on earth you know. With that bad of a Paragon board, nothing and nobody ever said, oh, Lord. There's no way. You do not realize you have that bad of a board. Uh, that para needs a total. Here's the thing. That Paragon needs a total nuking and redoing. That Paragon needs like a nuking and redoing. I mean, I've never been a fan of. He was supposed to have pushed like 100. No, I don't know how he even did that with that one. Ouch. Too slow. Yeah, this is too slow. It's good in aspects, but it's also shitting far too many. Oh, he said it died. Oh god. Oh. Oh my god, all the poison on the ram. Oh no. Fuck my life, dude. Can you not? That might be an issue. I have to get my fucking gems off my character. Well, that will probably be a problem. I'm not gonna do damage at all. Oh, Lord. I'm missing my own. So bad I'm missing all my fucking jibs. Switch my builds and entirely fucked me over. Oh, Lord. Honestly, I'm carried by my multipliers. I don't have my multipliers, I'm just dead. fact your gym's done transfer over. That's stupid. Honestly, I get lucky that a lot of my builds are overtuned for what they do. I'm going to have to sit down and remap that entire one. Like, however, he has it envisioned. It's way too, like, busy for what it should be. Worry about that. I worry about not having my shit that I should be having. Which 200 does make a difference. It stays alive way too long, but this is why when I don't have my gems. My holy hell. Again, that's why you actually prep for a lot of the it's why you actually prep for having a lot of this stuff. Yes, half-ass. With gems and without your gems, you can probably do. But I ain't goddamn guarantee. I can make 2 grand topaz. Nah. Honestly, I can make 2 grand topaz. Oh wait, 1 diamond? Diamond. Mega Emerald. And Mega God, I can finally make another emerald.
What color and brilliance!
I was gonna say skulls and armor, but help on stats though. Like Topaz is gonna take a hurt horribly, but
Very well.
which is fine. So If I were dripping in gems, I would be better. But I am not. Switching between builds is not my thing. It's not good on the, thing on that bone. I'm gonna have to look at that. It's not the skills that worry me. It's that paragon he used is a mess. I'm gonna have to. Like I said, I'm going to have to fully remap that. Like I'm physically gonna have to go in and remap that myself. That's gonna be insane. I am way combination of too tired to well, it's in the morning. And it's a thing that's like late in the day enough that if I haven't slept, I do not want to go do that Paragon board. Play something you know. Go with it. No ancestrals. That is not a good one. Hearts and all other sorts of shit, but hey, no ancestrals. It's a bullshit. That is a too much. Like, how do you, if you're a bone, how do you skip over bone graft? Explain that one to me. How do you skip over entirety of bone graft? Which makes no sense in the turn of what you're thinking, what you think of. If you skip over bone graft, which all of that's in that board. Really? How did I manage? Let's say this build is so out of date that there's oftentimes I wondered what I was doing for like the last 100 hours. I stuck to one build, pulled this one out maybe late one day to fix it, and then I didn't put it back to where it was. Hold on. There we go. Oh, I want to know how I did that. This Behemoth? I fucked that one up? Oh, no. Really? Right. Right? That's right. Ultimate Shadow, right? Just. Hmm. Hi.
How can I help? Can still use these.
Yeah. I go read. I think I did that. Yes. 2, 3. Well, I mean, if it says, yeah, I determined that was just nothing. Oh, oh shit. God, I probably have to just respect this. Some days. This is why you don't do, like, it's actually why you should never, and I mean ever, remap or redo things and not, like, realize you do it because bad things happen after you pull a build out. Like, after, give or take, a month. It's like, I did something and I don't want to. Well, I know why I did it. Kinda. If I look at it. Ah. Oh. I often say, like, this is why I said I've heard movement speed issues. This is why I've played Necro forever. But also, Shadow Necros are very different than Plague anything else. It is so weird of a Necro to play if you never play. You get off of it just because of the Grim Reaper Sprint. The Reaper Sprint, this is full Reaper Sprint. About. Full Reaper Sprint is like having so many darkness skills. It's just how it works. Oh. Eh. See, I did this bill and I don't know why. That was the last time I was on it. Again, I have to look at it. Okay, I know why certain stuff is the way it is. There's certain parts I'm not sure. I think as I said, fuck it, because this is just additive. Unless take out of here and I have to make my way there. Oh yeah, I was trying to test part of it now. I was trying to test sacrifice and service actually. Ah, see, I was testing sacrifice and service. It keeps your mages alive, but it keeps your mages alive. That, but it kills your warriors. That you have to resub your warriors constantly. That is the one I was testing. And then I don't quite remember how well it went. I've actually played this build so damn long, I forget half the multipliers. Some of this I've just evolved it every time they either make a change or they do it. See, like, I no longer even use the Shadow Blight key passive. I mean, I think I just evolved it back to using, like, pure Blood Wave. See, I need to remember if the... 'cause I used to actually use the, full, no, that one, because you're gonna have to use Bone Graft Board. Like, makes more sense. Well, it proves Yasuke right. He was a samurai trying to fight a demon. So Yasuke should not be fighting Belial. No, by the way, don't choose that name. Somebody did. It's hilarious. Either they have no self-awareness and... yeah. And he's not here for some reason. So you were slain by an apparition of Belial, and then you just fucked off? What the fuck? Literally. Right. Because you need both the bone graph and that. See, I am too tired to do math in reality right now. Play what you know, and the better off you'll be. No eyes spawned. What the fuck? God. Wow, I could barely do this. Unholy motherfucking beast thing. No, but I think now Lisa got the skill figured out. I mean, the fact alone saves us ones, but that Paragon board's gonna have to get, like, totally redone. Like, the way he did it is just... Well, first off, it makes zero sense to skip over half the stuff he skipped over. And at least I know half of what's missing. This build has come a very long way from its start. There was a time I could barely do this on this one with a season. I had to remember one of the multipliers. Yeah, you can just learn to just go away. As I said, not the quickest kills in the world, but it does kill. It's good for running around the world murdering things, but it is definitely not the quickest way to go around the world killing things. See, it can kill in tier 4. Like, it can kill in tier 4. Don't ever let it think it can't. It can. The issue is itself, is if you're trying to take it through pits, the best I could ever get it a long time ago is about 80 something. And I mean, this was under the old system. Like, you can kind of work with minions and get it right. But it's like you're still taking at least two-hander route. But it does kill. It's not the issue to the point. It's just the how fast it kills. You can do it without Doombringer, but Doombringer just helps. But yeah, that build, I can't even. How the fuck did he like clear 22 on that build? Like, I don't think he did. Like, he filmed it clearly, but I don't really think he did. Guess I have the weirdest rolled gear for that to make sense. But anyways, no. See, I don't know. This is this is my more build I just run around with just to have done. What's funny, I think the only difference between this and my other one is Reeves. So it's not Greaves, but it's gloves and weapon. It's the only things that are different. Then there's a whole bunch of bonuses. But yeah, like a lot of this stuff is just. But that build, so at least it's corpse explosion, that. See it. Bone spirit, bone prison. But I have to get bone draft board in there. Somehow, he skips all of that mess and gets the bone grab. Ignores it. Still uses frailty. What is it, like 261? Yeah, it's 261 even. No, it's insane. Again, it's kind of weird. Like, and then he makes like a buy route through Flesh Eater Court. How do you make a buy route through Flesh Eater? Basically, goes up one direction and goes down another. And you're still going into frailty. Why are you going into frailty if you're not using curses? Unless you're thinking in the pit pushing version, that unless he confuses his pit pushing version with the rest of his other ones. It shouldn't make sense at all. Because the actual math behind it is pretty much he's leaving additive damage on the table. He's leaving. I mean, that's in 261. Really. Huh? But as I said, that is going to be the final part, and then that build will be able to be used. Now, I will see if Bone Spirit is going to be better. Now, the problem is I need to remember not to pop Bone Spirit when you're eating. Figuring out the rotation for it, but Tell my eyes are starting to give out. That is not good. Honestly, I need to hold outside. I'll pause. Then get off. Oh boy, though. No, as I said, I am way too semi-tired. So the idea of remapping a Paragon board, look, you can do it mentally, but dear God, it's gonna suck. Sometimes this is not the best build when you're playing. You can, but you hope your minions are about focused. But the minions right now aren't focused on shit. So they are just bouncing around. Damage would be very appreciative on the boss. Oh, fucking hell. How the fuck did you just teleport out? Yeah, I won't be awake again for the boss. For the boss, though. But yeah, so I need to get the bone graft board in there. The bone graft board has included essence per kill in it. That will be really good for a lot of those. So but as I said, it's mostly the same board minus frailty. So you're using flesh eater and then going into frailty, which you're using unless you have no way to generate curses. Except do it yourself. So in turn, yeah. Oh, fuck. But yeah, I don't know if it's stream today. Usually if I get about 6 hours of sleep good, I'm great, but no. Today might not be one of those days. Oh man. Ooh, it's Wandering Death. Oh my good god. Honestly, I'm halfway tired. This will be the last thing I do. But that bone build, how he got to 100 anywhere that I want to know. It is the biggest mess I've ever seen. But I don't know. I'm gonna finish this and go off to bed. This is probably gonna be a dud. I'd be surprised if anyone shows up here. Never know. Sometimes they show up casually late. Wandering Death too. So. And this build won't do it. I mean, it can, but in 14 minutes, it's going to move around too much. But I am going to. I'll stop here. Hopefully. But I'll have the Bone Indra build. I have an idea for it. The problem is, usually in execution, it's fixed. So that would be the plan there. I think that's. But that build is going to actually take a lot. With the way a lot of people have it set up, I forgot the rotations. Anyways, if I sound tired, I am. Partly drained, partly both. So I will. Maybe not today. I'll be sleeping. Oof. Who knows? Really depends. But I will catch people later. I'll be like if I barely make it through this without falling asleep.